Hello and welcome back to Rugby School. 200 years of the game of rugby football. It's the bicentenary and we are back here after last week's excitement at the Under-18 International Festival. Well, it's now the Warwickshire Under-14s Rugby Festival, and you can see behind us we've got teams on the field. They're almost ready to go. We've got a girls competition and a boys competition. 8 girls teams, 6 boys teams, and we're going to be playing right through till the finals at 2:20 today. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic day. Up first here on pitch 1 we're going to have old Northam and Fossey Falcons. We're going to be learning a lot about some under-14s clubs that we've not heard too much about, but in the meantime let's learn a little bit about the history of rugby school and the game of rugby football. 200 years, as I've mentioned, since the game began here when William Webb Ellis took the ball in his arms, and we all know the rest from there, don't we? It's been a magnificent start to the 200-year anniversaries. I was here back in January, maybe February, for the Global Pass, which has seen a DHL branded Gilbert ball passed around here, the famous close, 200 times. It's now been packed away onto a DHL van and it's been taken around the world, and it will return here by the end of 2023, having passed through over 200 different locations. So that's going to be fantastic. We then, of course, as I mentioned, had the Rugby School Under-18 School Sevens last weekend, the International Sevens. That was a tremendous occasion. South Africa's Michaelhouse against Blackrock College from Ireland in the final, and we were treated to an absolute rip-roarer of a game. Could have gone either way, but it was the South Africans, Michaelhouse, that came back from the death, really, to win it. And that means that that's twice now that South African schools have come up here to Rugby School on big occasions and taken the victory. Hilton College doing so for the 450th anniversary of the school's founding. These occasions, though, are about so much more than just the school. It's about the game of rugby union. It's about this place, the Close, that hosted, well, that originated the game of rugby football, split into 2 pitches. Old Big Side here next to me and Pontines on the other side. Old Big Side is where we will be live streaming from today, but we'll be keeping you abreast of what's going on over on Pontines as well, ahead of the big finals towards the end of the day. But we've got teams on the field. They're supposed to be kicking off now, but I can see that they're having a little wander around. You may be able to notice in the background the colours that we're playing, and you've got Old Northam in the blue and red, and you've got Fossey Falcons in black, doing the old shoulder roll, which we've seen so many times. Certainly a key part of my warm-up back in my day. Commentator for this one is going to be Will Kemsley. We'll be handing over to him in a minute, but not before we just have a little think about the history of this place and what it means to the game of rugby union. We've gone from having teams from all around the world come here, and that just shows you how special this place is and what they can do with just one phone call to get teams from all around the world. Now we go the other way and we bring it right tight into just Warwickshire and local clubs from around the area, something we'll be seeing over the course of the next few weeks as well, with the under-9s and under-11s festivals. And then we'll be heading into some really special games. We've got vets competitions, we've got England Deaf coming to play, I think we've got the Houses of Parliament perhaps even coming and playing. It's all going on here at Rugby School, and we are going to be with you every step of the way, including the live streaming of every single Rugby School First 15 match here on The Close. It is going to be a year and a half. It has been a year so far that has been truly special, and it will continue to be, and big news coming about December in the coming weeks. It's going to be really good fun, but looks as though the teams are on the field. We're waiting for a referee. That's the main thing that's causing delays at the moment. The referees, well, we do need them, I suppose, don't we? They're a handy bunch. But we'll be getting over to that pitch very, very shortly, just as soon as they arrive. And of course, we are going to be using those Gilbert and DHL branded balls, all part of the Rugby School celebrations. And a shout out to some of the other sponsors as well, the likes of Cookery, iSands. And I'm hearing over the tannoy that Edwardians are stuck in traffic, hence some of the delays. It's always the vagaries of traffic on a Saturday morning, first morning of the Easter holidays. I had a bit of a queue on the way past Heathrow Airport, actually, on my way up, because everyone and his dog is trying to get away for a bit of a trip. And as we know, the ports of Dover and Calais are starting to get quite busy, aren't they? It's the start of the Easter holidays that not everyone seems to be prepared for. But we'll be with you here at Rugby School for the foreseeable. So we're just waiting now. We can see the scores already on the far side. The scoreboard actually is looking fantastic. I've got 2 referees. I think I've even got a touch judge. I've got 1 team. I've got a second team. We are almost ready to go. So I'm going to hand you over to our commentator for the day, Wilf Kemsley, who did such a fantastic job with us last week at the Under-18 International School Sevens. It's over to Wilf, but first of all, enjoy yourselves. It's going to be a fantastic day here at Rugby School.
Thanks very much, Angus. Yeah, welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else to Rugby School, the home of rugby on this tremendous occasion. We saw, as Angus pointed out to you, some of the highest quality sevens knocking around at the Under-18 level at some fine institutions. And now we bring it back to grassroots, to the purest form of the game, to the form of the game that will ensure its survival and its growth in reality. It's club rugby. Rugby so often branded as an elite sport, elitist, that is, you know, pay-to-play sort of game. But it's wonderful of Rugby School to acknowledge the great importance of club sides, especially in the region of Warwickshire. Such great community around this part of the world, and brought together by the game of rugby. And again, this is a wonderful exhibition, as we've been seeing all week, of the growth of the women's game, with numerous under-14 sides coming here to play. So there are 2 groups for the women's side and 2 groups for the men's. But we will start with girls rugby here. Old Northam up against Foss Falcons in Group A alongside Stoke Park and Reading. Group B, who kick off on the other pitch, Ponteens, Edwardians, Lutterworth, Mansfield and Barker Butt. So these sides have really come from all over the county to take part. Up first, as we wait for Old Edwardians to warm up, as they've been delayed, Foss Falcons against Old Northam. Great to be back here at the home of rugby, of course. And as you walk through the town of Rugby, you really get a feel for just how important the school is to this great town. It engulfs the surrounding area, and at the very heart of it is the beautiful close. And we're here live on Old Big Side for our slightly delayed start to this wonderful under-14s Warwickshire rugby tournament. Just so you know, the top 2 from each group in the girls competition go through to a cup semi-final, while the bottom 2 from each group go through to the plate semi-final. And in the boys, it's very much the same. The top 2 go to the cup semis. And as they're in 3 pool teams, the 3rd place will go to a 5th, 6th playoff, so we get to see where everyone finishes. The rugby will continue all the way through on Old Big Side up until 2, which is the boys' final. A wonderful celebration of rugby, as you will soon be underway for Game 1 here at Rugby School. Over on Ponteens, Barker Butt to take on the Old Edwardians girls side in a big game in Group B. great exhibition of rugby throughout these past few weeks. Of course, the Roslyn Park Sevens, which took place throughout the whole of last week, was an excellent showcase of women's rugby and the growth of the game at school level. It's good to see it's alive as well in the club form of the game. Form of the game that most will experience the game of rugby, of course. Well, there is some movement now on the pitches, which is great to see. Angus Savage is alongside me for this opening game between Old Northam and Foss Falcons.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. Bit of a delayed start, but hopefully just ramping up the tension, hey?
Absolutely, they're live over on Ponties as well with kickoff, so it will be Foss Falcons in the red and blue to get us underway here.
Yeah, and I think over on pitch 2, they've just rejigged the schedule a little bit because Edwardians are stuck in that traffic that I mentioned in our intro. So we'll try and stay on top of the way things are moving around.
But it's a free kick from kickoff is the call by the referee, which is a tough start to this competition, Angus.
Well, referee saying stall out early, hey?
Good to see the standard of officiating has continued from the weekend gone, and they've nudged it from the kickoff this time, from the free kick. Will be regathered just short of the 15. Backwards calls the referee, so away come Old Northam now. Great offload off the deck. Old Northam cut on the inside, up to the 22. Or Foss Falcons, sorry, who are in the black, are up to the 22 now. Driving forward is their number 15, who made such great yardage from kickoff. Little mispass at first receiver. Great pressure by Old Northam. Good defence from them and a great counter-ruck too. Ball is available. Back down the short side. Come Foss Falcons. And it was on in that wide channel. The pass just goes loose. Lovely step to get round the first defender. And a cut inside. Still going Foss Falcons in the 22. And then more direct running from then. Good counter-ruck by Old Northam to disrupt. But it's an advantage for Foss Falcons, who once again take the short line. Picked at the base, great pace. And that is the opening try of this under-14 Warwickshire Festival. And it will go the way of the Falcons.
Oh, it's lovely play. So many times they've managed to pop the ball up off the deck, and it just means that the opposition having to work so hard in order to stay alive and active in defence as the ball just gets popped up continually from ruck to ruck. That final couple, more traditional looking rucks, but by then the damage was done. The defence was still having to work backwards to get onside, and Foss Falcons with the opening score, and a well-deserved one.
Well, we're so used to covering the school game here. This club competition, it's good to see so many unknown quantities, really, amongst the sides.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, club rugby in many ways the heart and soul of the games for a huge amount of the population. It's good to be able to be here at Rugby School and to be covering it. You know, it's We had some great fun in the under-18s club competition last year, following how Guildford were getting on. It's a great competition. I know that Bury St Edmunds and Tunbridge Juddians have got a big game on today as well. You know, club rugby is where things are thriving.
Well, it was a great start for Foss Falcons, and Foss Falcons number 15, their most dangerous player. It's a lovely pick from the kickoff, and they could be under the post again here. A perfect start for the Foss Falcons.
Have we got an early contender for try of the day?
That was a lovely take off the kickoff, great pace. Just caught this old Northam side. Perhaps they haven't gotten off the bus just yet, Angus.
Well, indeed, but full credit to the Foss Falcons 15. Like a young Stuart Hogg there.
Yeah, a wonderful pickup. And Foss Falcons add the extras once more. They lead by 14 in the opening stage of this first half. So a slight variation on the rules of kicking, as you can kick from hand, both from kickoff and in an attempted conversion.
Look at that pickup. That's absolutely glorious stuff. And the pace to be able to finish it off as well is magnificent.
Well, a lovely start here for this competition. And Foss Falcons once again will have the kickoff. Just changing over who has kicking duties, and number 1 retains the possession. Well, it's a short kickoff this time, and Old Northam's first chance to run with the ball in hand as they take it to the wide channels. Lovely tackle by who else but Foss Falcons number 15, a key player for them. Little show and go through the contact, great offload, lovely footwork inside. Old Northam could be away here. Up to the halfway in their first attacking set of the game. Lovely offloading contact once more. And into the wide channels they go. Great tackle out there. Good offload once again. Old Northam with great momentum, but just knocked on there in the contact. Ferocious defending from Foss Falcons, but Old Northam have looked very dangerous in their first attacking set of the game, Angus.
Yeah, first time they've really had the ball and showing some real threat with the ball in hand, and quite often, you know, that's what you see at this slightly younger age group level. You know, you and I saw plenty of it at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, where, you know, a lot of the contact element of the sport has only been sort of gradually phased in over the course of the previous 3-4 seasons for this kind of age group. And so what you tend to find is that the attacking play is incredibly exciting, and the defence perhaps not quite as equal.
Well, it's great pace injected into the attack. Lateral running from Old Northam for straightening up and offloading the ball. Another attempted offload through contact, but behind the defender. Old Northam come away with it though, and they could skip away into the corner here. Could be their first try of the tournament, and it will be. A lovely finish for Old Northam as they are on the score sheet for the first time.
Well, exactly as you were saying, Wilf, isn't it? They look dangerous with the ball in hand, and with their second attack of the game, they're in for a lovely try. Using that width on the field, everyone bunched quite tightly together, and then just knowing we've got the pace here, let's get on the arc and get on the outside.
I think we'll see plenty of running rugby into the broken field today. In the game of sevens, there's so much space all over this very large pitches here at the close.
I'll tell you what, speaking of these pitches, how good are these looking? Full weekend of play in the wet and the mud 7 days ago, 6 days ago, the finals. And still they're in pristine condition. It's astonishing.
Yeah, top work from Rugby School to have them ready for this competition. And great work from Old Northam to get themselves on the score sheet. They'll kick off from halfway. Right on half time here. Final play of the half. That's a difficult kick-off to gather, but it's only backwards, calls the referee. But great work in the tackle to turn it over. And on the stroke of half-time, Old Northam are hunting for an equaliser here. Great offload through the contact once more. Just juggled in possession. Once again popped up off the floor. Quick ball for Old Northam. who looked to skip away in the wide channels. Great last-ditch defending, and then through the hole. Lovely line, great pace and power. And Old Northam have another.
Well, 2 tries down, and out of nowhere, they're going to be at 2 tries apiece, and I suspect going into half-time at 2 tries apiece. Wonderful comeback from Old Northam.
Well, we like to assess the players early on as we hunt for perhaps the tournament favourites. I thought Foss Falcons were looking very impressive, but Old Northams have come back.
Yeah, both sides showing that they've got plenty to offer in an attacking sense. That was a firm finish, wasn't it? Slammed down underneath the post. And she rightly looks very happy with that one.
Lovely line through 2 defenders. And that will bring us up to half-time here in the first game at this under-14 Warwickshire Festival here at Rugby School. It's a wonderful first encounter, a great advert for both the women's and the club's game. Foss Falcons currently lead Old Northam by just the 2 points here. 4 tries in that first half. We'll be back very shortly here for the second half, live with Next Gen here at Rugby School at the Warwickshire Under-14s Club Tournament. Well, we're back here for the second half. It's Foss Falcons in the black up against Old Northam in the red and blue. And a great start off the kickoff. Oh, streaming away go Old Northam. It was kicked deep and behind each player that picked up in the backfield. And look at the pace, but here comes the covering tackle from Foss Falcons. Into the corner they go. Oh, what a tackle at the last.
Oh, no. Oh, it was so good. It was so good in every direction. Brilliant break. Absolutely brilliant break. But I'll tell you what, the cover tackle from the 15, 2 tries to her name. We've seen her pace. And oh, my word, what a cover tackle. Shades of Ugo Monye against Scotland about 10 years ago.
A wonderful reference and a wonderful tackle by Foss Falcons 15, really emerging as one to watch here at the under-14 competition. But it'll be a line out for the Foss Falcons, who now look to exit from deep inside their own half. Great pressure, though, from Old Northam, and good counter-up by them as they look to turn it over at the breakdown. They have turned it over, and they have scored. And that's great defensive work from Old Northam, who take the lead for the first time.
Oh, do you know what? After that electric break, I feel they almost deserved the try. I feel for the Foss Falcons 15 who made the big cover tackle, but Old Northam, after that break, oh, they deserved a try.
Well, a wonderful start for Old Northam. Great break off the kickoff, and they've added the extras as well. But clean line out for Foss Falcons, and then that was a lovely take right on the 5 metre. Talk about pressure. Couldn't get the offload away, and then Old Northam just storm over the breakdown. Too many bodies there for Foss Falcons to repel. Old Northam take the lead for the first time here at the under-14 Warwickshire Club competition. And it will be the try scorers, Old Northam, to kick off. Up they come, the side in the lead. Old Northam get us underway. Lovely pick-up off the kick-off once more. And great hands being shown already in this competition. And it's definitely on in the wide channels. Offload off the floor again. Foss Falcons right away take it to the 15. Good offload off the floor. This time spilled, but only backwards. And great turn of pace to get away from the defenders. Falcons are herring through the hole here. Oh, great pace. A wonderful finish. And in the blink of an eye, the Falcons have equalised once again.
Oh, Wilf, the footwork, the hip movement, the pace. Stunning rugby. I don't think she knows how good that was. Enjoy it, my girl, enjoy it. That was fantastic.
Great recovery off that loose offload. And once again, this game is even. This could be a chance to take the lead, and kicked out of hand and through the upright. So another 2 points in favour of Foss Falcons, who lead by 2 once again.
There we go. She's enjoying it now. We've just seen her with a big thumbs up to her parents in the crowd. But look at this. Gathers the loose ball, turns, little shimmy of the hips, and then it's just pure gas. And look at that. Just a little inside and out. Only the faintest of movement, but it's enough to throw the defenders away. And look at the pace to get away and score the try. That is fantastic.
Great footwork, and Foss Falcons will get us underway from the kick-off. It's a big, deep kick all the way into the backfield, but Old Northam have profited from here before. It's into their pacey runner once again, who's searching for the wide channels. Little hitch kick to show and go. A loose offload, but really well gathered.
Do you know what, Wilf? I think the kickoffs in this game have been almost the most joyous part, because every time a kick goes in, because it's finding grass, you just think there's an opportunity here. Anything could happen.
Well, there could be a 2-on-1 there. Little show and go. Great work from Old Northam to free up some space. Lovely offload. Old Northam in behind once again here. And they will saunter in. And they will take the lead again. And in the blink of an eye, once again, the lead has changed hands. What a fascinating game of rugby.
Well, they were denied a long ranger a few minutes ago, but they get their long range effort this time. Brilliant, brilliant work. They tied in the defenders on this right-hand side and then moved the ball out towards the left and just scorched away for, as you say, just a saunter home in the end.
This is actually really mature rugby from the first receiver at this possession here, where she did a little show and go, got in behind the defence and then freed up the offload. And that's a great moment.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, whether you're playing under 14s, under 18s, under 9s, whatever, the game is all about tying in defenders and then creating mismatches and numbers mismatches elsewhere on the field, and that's exactly what they're doing here. You know, tying in some players, and then you just move the ball towards that space where you know you've perhaps got a bit of a pace advantage, owing to the fact that you've tied in all those defenders. It's sensible, grown-up rugby, really. Well, that was interesting. The
Foss Falcons just had a little team talk in the corner here as they ring in the changes. But Old Northam will get us underway from the kickoff once again. And this time it's kicked in behind the Falcons' defence. So up come Old Northam into the defensive line. Contact on the 22, but a great fend. And away come Foss Falcons once more. Big hands-off. That's 3 now. Defenders just put to the ground. That was a huge contact, but it's been stripped. Penalty for offside, I believe, but just the knock-on as Old Northam attempt to regather. But what a ferocious bit of contact that was. There's a bit of something for everyone there, wasn't there? So first from the kickoff, I think it's the number 8 we see there, takes it in, gets the offload away, almost Caelan Doris style. And then the 3, just with 2 huge fends there. And a third. Getting herself up to about the halfway line, but it is smart work in defence that when they get her down, they just come in and get the rip. Unlucky, actually, not to get the clean steal there. It's a scrum for the Falcons once more. Popped out the base there, and up come Old Northam in defence, but to the short side, and to the 15, who's got roaring pace. Great angle of the run to cut inside, Defenders coming from all angles, but the 15 will shrug them off, and it's another try. And once again, the lead changes hands. Foss Falcons take the lead.
Oh my goodness, that is some kind of a try. That is absolutely brilliant.
What a way to win the game, Angus, as well, as we tick over into the red.
Completes a hat-trick, secures the game, and secures it with one of the most glorious finishes, I suspect. I mean, we've had some try-the-day contenders to play with already in this first game, haven't we? But that was, I think, the pick of the bunch. The movement inside, understanding of body angles, and then enough pace and power just to evade that covering tackle at the end. What a way to win the game.
Well, a thrilling game here to start the day. A wonderful start to this under-14s competition. Old Northam fall by just the 4 points to the Foss Falcons. It's the conversions that did it in the end. 4 tries apiece here. And what a perfect start to this long day of rugby.
Brilliant start. We couldn't have asked for something better there. 28 points to 24. That's just glorious. And look at the replay of this try. We knew she was the danger girl. But first, the footwork and the pace to get on the outside. Then when she sees the cover coming across, back against the grain. And look here, enough pace, enough power just to get away from that covering tackle and underneath the sticks. That is fantastic individual running.
A perfect start to this wonderful tournament. And the rugby doesn't stop there. Live on Next Gen here at Rugby School. Up next, it's Queen Mary's up against North Warwickshire boys in the start of that competition, in a group that also includes Stoke Park, who have brought both a men's and a women's side today. Well, a perfect start to the competition, but we'll kick off next here live on Next Gen. Queen Mary's against North Warks in the beginning of the boys competition.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a...
Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalized curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths, A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a...
Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Well, we're live here once more at Rugby School, the home of rugby, where it all began for another club rugby encounter here. This is the beginning of the boys competition. It's Queen Mary's in the blue with a red trim up against North Warwickshire in the checkered shirt, and it's taken by North Warwick's off the kickoff, and away they come now up to the 15. Well, it could be a turnover on the breakdown there. Lovely work. Very narrow Queen Mary's.
Absolutely brilliant clear out on that last ruck. Fantastic saved possession for the North Warwickshire team.
North Warks still coming here right on halfway. And now they look to swing it wide. Lovely ball fizzed across the face. Well gathered in the wide channels. But a lovely tackle by Queen Mary's. Coming around the corner. Great offload. Steaming away go North Warks. And they'll have the opening score. Lovely footwork as well to dot down under the posts. A great start for North Warwickshire.
Oh, he's got some gas, hasn't he? Absolutely flying away there once he'd made the initial break. But it just shows you, as I briefly mentioned there, that massive clear out to retain possession. And if you can do all those little things, that's what allows you these future opportunities to get out wide and score.
Great running rugby, just flying round the corner as well. And North Warks will lead by 5. Fizzed across the face, into the wide channels. You thought they could be away here. Great covering tackle. And a great offload off the floor.
Well, we saw that in the previous game, didn't we? The offloading off the floor, just not allowing the defence time to reset. And that's exactly what's happened there. And allowed him to absolutely burn around that right-hand side.
Top work from our referee to regather the possession of the ball. And now North Warks will kick us off here in their checkered shirt. It's a deep kick off back to the 22. Well taken by Queen Mary's, who right away take it to the line. Great pace, they're up to the 15. Real battle in the contact there. Another huge clear out. Queen Mary's come away with it. Pressure on first receiver, so they run the short line. Still with possession just inside their 15. And now picked at the base. Offloaded in the contact, round the corner they come. Into the wide channels, and now there's a race onto the line. Good fend from Queen Mary's, who could be darting away. The chase is on here, but he will have the pace. And it's been a lightning start to this game, a lightning start to this tournament. Yet another try.
Pure pace there. It's about 3 or 4 times there I was going to jump in and say how impressive I was thinking that North Warwickshire was shaping up there, actually. But Queen Mary's find a way to get the ball out wide, and just, it's sheer gas that does it, really. It's actually really good defensive shape from North Warwickshire. And we see here the number 3 over there on the far side. I think he's corner flagging brilliantly, but in the end, it's the pace that does it. Fantastic work and a glorious try.
Well, we've got another game on here. So far this tournament's been far too tight to call. And there could be another close one here. This time Queen Mary's will kick us off. And as you said, good organisation, good shape from North Warwickshire, who take it cleanly on the 22. And down the short side they come. Oh, just lost in the wide channel. And it will be a scrum in Queen Mary's favour. Unlucky they're just spilled in the wide channels as North Warwicks were away down this left-hand side. Scrum then for Queen Mary's, who look to take the lead for the first time. Well, it's a great contest in that breakdown. Steaming away with possession come North Warwickshire, just juggled there, and great defence by Queen Mary's, but still it comes North Warwickshire's way. Ferocious defending from Queen Mary's, and finally they have turned it over. Scrappy play, but they could be away on this far side. Great pace, great footwork. They'll have another.
Well, as for the first try, read the same again for the second try. Pure electric pace. That's the difference there. And it's a difference that has given Queen Mary's a lead.
It's great disruption from North Warwickshire at the scrum, and they did turn it over briefly, but then Queen Mary's were having none of it. Come steaming through the breakdown. Great commitment to win the ball on the floor. And then away they came on the left-hand side. Lovely footwork to break away.
Yeah, it's just 2 passes and then raw pace that does it, and lovely balanced running as well to go alongside it.
Over on Pontines, of course, Bishop's Vasey take on Higham Lane in the other group, Group B. But here live on Old Big Field at the close at Rugby School, Old Big Side, sorry, at Rugby School, it's Queen Mary's who'll get us underway from the kickoff, and right away taken well by North Warwickshire, who are up to the halfway. And back they come with numbers up on the far side if they can use them. Lovely hands into the wide channel. But that pass just evades the two Northwalks players, and now they'll go shooting away down the short side. Lovely tackle. And great counter-ruck though by Queen Mary's, and they've turned it over on their own 15. And we've seen how quickly they can counter in this game. That pass has gone behind though, it could be anyone's ball here. Queen Mary's clean up on the 22. And great injection of pace to take it to the line. Brought down shy of halfway. And another great counter-ruck, this time by Northwalk. Possession turned over again. Lovely footwork and great work to free up the hands. Is there a knock on there? There is. Well, breathless bit of play. Possession changes hands a number of times. And Queen Mary's now will have the feed of the scrum. This will be the last play of the game. Queen Mary's will have the feed. As a bit of a wardrobe crisis there, just replacing the boots. Well, North Warwickshire did great work to turn it over, but in the end it was just knocked on in the wide channels. And Queen Mary's have just done a little bit better at looking after the ball, but now North Warwickshire are crowding them in the wide channels. They've got numbers there to try and turn this over again. But there's an injury on the floor there, so I believe we'll have half-time. Half-time is called as one of the North Warwickshire players has gone down injured, so we'll have a short break of play. But that'll bring us to half-time, where Queen Mary's lead North Warwickshire by 2-1 here in the opening round of fixtures in the boys' competition, live at Rugby School, here with NextGen15. Well, we'll be back very shortly for the second half here as North Warwickshire look to come back against a Queen Mary side who they led at the beginning of this game. But at half-time, it's 2-1 in favour of Queen Mary's.
Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Well, we're back here for the second half between Queen Mary's and North Warwickshire. Unfortunately, that North Warwickshire player has dislocated their kneecap, we're hearing, but is getting all of the attention that he needs. So he'll be fine, as the medical staff have removed him from the field, currently being treated by them. So that North Warwickshire player will hopefully be okay as they kick off for this second half here, where they trail by a try, and it was just nudged through by Queen Mary's after it was taken off the kickoff. And now they look to counteract. Angus Savage back with me for the second half.
Yeah, and I'm excited about this second half. We saw some great tries in the first half.
Oh, and that's a lovely ball into the wide channel. North Warwickshire just tuck it down to the short side. What a huge tackle that is, though. Right at the very last to dislodge possession. And now Queen Mary's come away with it. Penalty, though, at the breakdown. But what a huge tackle.
What a tackle, right by the bootlaces. Another half a stride, and that was in for a searing try.
North Warwickshire now tap from the base as they look to play wide. Little cut inside against the grain, and a great finish. Lovely score, and North Warwickshire have equalled it up right at the start of this first half.
That's a great try, and that number 3's impressed me from the off, actually. He's the one I pointed out earlier, ironically enough, for a Queen Mary's try, but how good his covering work was in defence. He just got outpaced. You know, that'll happen. We see it again there. He can see that they've got a bit of space out wide, but the defence is drifting across really hard. So he knows if he just steps inside, all he's going to have is soft shoulders and the odd arm or two here and there, and he can just go bounding over.
North Warwickshire's 24 is also looking a little bit like their playmaker, so good work from him in the build-up.
You just see there, though, all of the defence from Queen Mary's are drifting from right to left, as they have to because of that overlap. So he just steps back against the grain, and in the end, that makes it a really simple try for him. But it's just intelligent rugby for an under-14 player. That's smart work, and he's really impressed me since kickoff in this game.
2 tries apiece then in the early stage of this second half, taken well off the kickoff by Queen Mary's, and now they cut against the grain, and it's their first try scorer. Oh, lovely step inside to see off the defender. Could be a race to the line here. There's cover for North Warwickshire. Great step. Puts his man to the floor. A wonderful solo try.
That is one of the most calm, composed, brilliant finishes that we will see today. The footwork's around the first defender, and then he's up to about 4th gear, but he never fully puts the hammer down, stays in control of his feet, and as the cover comes in, he just slows those feet up, steps inside, and he's away. That is so calm, so composed, so grown up, to be honest. I don't want to sound patronising, but that's wonderfully, wonderfully calm and composed play. Look at the step in, the step out. Here we go here, just stutters the footwork, away he goes. And look, he's in 3rd or 4th gear here, has a little stamp on the accelerator, realises now all I've got to do, just slow my feet up, step back inside. Simple, simple stuff in the end, but complex to get it right.
And a little show and go to start off the move as well. That little solo score had everything, one of the tries of the day. Queen Mary's will get us underway. North Warwickshire now trail, but only by 3, as once again they look to spread it wide off first phase. Almost up to the 15. Secure ball at the breakdown. Little show and go once more, skipping through the first defender. Carried beyond the halfway now for North Warwickshire as they look to regain the advantage in this opening group encounter. Big fend, but that pass just goes behind the supporting player. Well gathered by the number 3 once more. Takes them on one-on-one up to the 15. In go Queen Mary's, looking to turn it over. And it has been turned over at the breakdown by Queen Mary's.
That's really unlucky for North Warwickshire. The clear out was almost too big that it completely obliterated the ruck and made it an open ball.
And now Queen Mary's look to break from inside their own half as they look to extend their advantage up to halfway. Offloaded from the breakdown. And it's great pace to round the first on-rushing defender all the way to the corner. What a run this could be. Oh, just missed the tap tackle there, and Queen Mary's will dot it down under the post. They'll saunter it unopposed. And this Queen Mary side has plenty of pace.
Well, this game is just quite something, isn't it? Between the two 15s, it feels as though North Warwickshire are on top. As soon as it gets into those wider channels outside the 15-metre lines, suddenly Queen Mary's just look completely unstoppable. They have so much pace and so much intelligence in those wide channels.
Lovely little darting run, skips out his own supporting player, and look how close that tap tackle attempt is, but a great finish in the end. And Queen Mary's may have seen off this game.
I think a few of these boys, we've got the big screen showing the live stream next to us, and I think a few of these boys are enjoying watching themselves on the replay back on the big screen. Seen a couple of players get replaced and eyes fixed on looking back at those tries.
Well, Queen Mary's lead by 10 in the closing stages of this opening game of the boys competition. It's a clean take off the kickoff and a good fend to see off the first defender, offloaded through the contact for North Warwickshire. Stripped by Queen Mary's, and away they'll go for another try. And out of nowhere, they've got another score, and that will surely win them this game.
Yeah, that's surely the game clincher, that one. Strength through the tackle, ripping clear. And as we've said time and time again about this team in this opening 13 minutes, they have the pace to finish off chances as soon as they create them. And the wind is picking up a fair bit as well, as coffee cups go flying up here in commentary. Look at this, they just rip clear in the tackle and then just rolls and scorches away.
Added the extras as well, great conversion. Queen Mary's will kick us off here, right at the end of this first game. North Warwickshire haven't looked bad with the ball in hand, but Queen Mary's have been clinical. Lovely take off the kickoff once again by the number 3, who looks to free up the arm and offload, instead takes it to ground. And it's a messy breakdown, but away come North Warwickshire, who spin it wide once again. Just spilled in that wide channel. And that will bring an end to this opening game in the boys' competition. Queen Mary's go right to the top of Group A, with Stoke Park yet to play. They've won here against North Warwickshire by a scoreline of 31-14. Clinical stuff from this Queen Mary side.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I think both teams actually were pretty good, but Queen Mary's just too much pace in the end for North Warwickshire to deal with, and that's a great start to the day for this Queen Mary side.
Well, Stoke Park, the other side, yet to play in this group. Their women's side will be in action right up next here on the main pitch at Rugby School, live with Next Gen. It's Stoke Park against Reading. Action from Group A in the girls' competition, live here at the Rugby School Warwickshire Under-14 Sevens Festival.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a...
Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Well, we're back here at the Under-14s Warwickshire's Club Sevens competition, hosted by Rugby School on their beautiful grounds here at the Close. It's the second round of group fixtures here. The first round for both of these sides. It's Stoke Park up against Reading. Reading in the green and white. Stoke Park with the kickoff. And they've turned it over from the kickoff, but Reading are fishing for it in the breakdown. Penalty goes the way of the green and white of this Reading women's side, and they put the hammer down right from the tap penalty, steaming through the tackles. Reading could be away here. Lovely start to this game, and it will be their first try. A great score. Direct running rugby, seeing off the defenders, and Reading have opened their account here live at the Warwickshire Under-14 Sevens competition. Perfect start to the game. We of course saw the Foss Falcons see off Old Northam in the opening game, a thrilling encounter, 28-24 the final score there. So the winner here will go first or second in the group, depending on points difference. The top two sides are through to the Cup semi-finals, and it's Reading who have opened the score. First try goes the way of Reading, and they will kick us off once again. Stoke Park just looking a little bit narrow as they look to return this kickoff. It's grubbed along the floor, backwards off the kickoff and offloaded in contact. A loose ball, picked up well. There's a little no-look pass, which has been well gathered. And thrown backwards through the contact, a loose pass. Reading go hurling after it, and Reading have turned it over on the floor. And once again, Reading could go steaming away here through two defenders. Still driving, great offload. And Reading have another. And in a breathless start to the game, Reading have two tries over Stoke Park. Well, it was great pressure at the breakdown to turn it over. And as Angus alluded to, these players are really enjoying watching themselves back on the big screen. It's a great facet to this tournament, and we're very happy to be here on Next Gen. Great to show our support to the club game, just as Rugby School have by hosting this wonderful tournament. But it was a lovely finish in the end by Reading's number 11. Great support play from her. And there's just a player down for Stoke Park. But Reading lead, 2-0. Have a look at this score. It's just a loose pass in contact. Great pressure from Reading. Bit of pushing and shoving there. And then this little show and go, direct running, lovely covering tackle by the number 6. Freed up the hands. Another score. Textbook sevens from this Reading side. And with a player down, have another look at this. Lovely offload. Knows the support is there. Great comms from the number 11. Well deserving of her opening score of the day. This the first game either of these sides are playing. And the Stoke Park player is back to her feet. So we'll be underway shortly in the early stages of this first half, where Reading lead by 2-0. And at the moment, they'll be going to the very top of Group A, leading on points difference above the Foss Falcons. And it will be Reading to get us underway. Their number 12 will kick off here. And it's a deep kickoff right over the head of any of the Stoke Park's player, as they have to come back and gather right from their 5 metre. A huge tackle by the try scorer in the wide channel, and that offload's gone forward, so Reading come away with it once more. Oh, little step on the outside this time through 2 defenders, and now Reading could go charging over for another. That's a wonderful score. So clinical, this Reading side, as they're running away from it in the opening stages of this game. Well, it was a great score from their number 1, but it was their number 13 with great footwork to set up the try. Dancing footwork through 2 players. And Reading lead by 3-0. Lovely tackle by the 11, the try scorer. Good offload through the contacts, and then here it is, the show and go, stepping off the right and then stepping off the left. That's wonderful rugby. And Reading a good value for their 17-0 lead, as they'll kick off once more. Another deep kick. There's no one there to cover for Stoke Park. This kick might just run all the way out. Oh, lovely footwork from Stoke Park, who choose to run it from outside their 5 metre. Little stepping footwork. Needs support here now, does the Stoke Park player, right on the 5 metre. Reading go fishing for it at the breakdown. And the penalty goes the way of the green and white, who will tap 5 metres out and they'll saunter in. Well, just a bit of disorganisation there from Stoke Park, and Reading really are putting on a show here in their opening game. They're right at the top of Group A as the court scores currently stand, and they look very impressive. Clinical stuff. 4 tries inside 5 minutes for Reading. 2 minutes to go in this first half. And it's Stoke Park's formation off the kickoff that's causing them a bit of problems. Reading are just lifting the ball in behind, and it's much easier to put the pressure on if you're defending in your opponent's 5 metre than anywhere else. Once again, Reading have the kickoff, and they'll look to go long once more. And once again, they're in behind the Stoke Park defence, and they've found contact with the try line. It's a huge tackle in there, and Reading might have turned it over once again. But away come Reading. They have turned it over as well, inside the 22. Surely another try here for Reading. A great offload in the contact, and it's just a little bit too easy for the side in green and white. A wonderful score for them once more, but these deep kickoffs are putting Reading where they want to be. Perhaps someone just needs to get the message on that these Stoke Park players need to be touching the ball down inside the dead ball area, because this Reading side are ferocious in defence and also at the breakdown. Thought the ball might come Stoke Park's way, but Reading turned it over with good pressure. Draws in 4 defenders and a lovely offload. Reading goes sauntering in for another. 5 tries in this first half. Well, this time the kickoff just rolls into the 22. It's well gathered. And once again, Reading's number 11 goes hunting after it. It's a great tackle, but back to feet. But another tackle by the number 11. A huge contact into touch. Well, it was a line out there. Quick tap for Reading then, and through the contact goes the number 9, through 2 defenders. Huge tackle. Great offload through the contact, though, and Reading will have another. And it'll be 6 tries in this opening half for a dominant Reading side who look very impressive. And that was a great finish. It was a huge contact by the 11 and 7 to drive the Stoke Park player into touch. And then from the quick line out, it was simple enough for the side in green and white. They've looked very impressive. It was given as a free kick from the line out. Number 9 just barreling through 2 tackles. That's a great covering tackle by Stoke Park, but then offload off the floor. Too many numbers in support. And Reading have a commanding lead in their opening game here in the under-14s competition at Rugby School live on NextGen15. At half-time, Reading Rugby Football Club leads Stoke Park by 34-0. It's a dominant performance from them as they look to continue those scoring efforts in the second half. We'll be live, back with the second half very shortly here at Rugby School at the under-14 Warwickshire Club Sevens.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Reading will get us underway. A couple of changes from that dominant first half performance where they have a commanding lead over Stoke Park. Claimed well off the kickoff on the 22, and once again Stoke Park look to take it to an edge. Great pace to beat the first defender. Covering tackle from Reading is huge, and their very important player, number 13, looks key for them. Drives the player into touch. And from the line-up it'll be a free kick on the 5. Taps and went quickly as Stoke Park are still reorganising and skipping through the first defenders. There's a race onto the line here. Lovely step inside from the number 10. And this could be another score here for Reading. 7 tries for them. Big fend as well, just to see off the on-rushing defender. They touch down under the sticks once more. And Reading were just the quickest to react there from that line-out free kick. And Reading now have a commanding lead by 39 points to 0. And they add the extras as well. So 41-0 they lead 8 minutes into this game. Surely the side to beat at this tournament, following the biggest scoreline of the day. Great pace to the line. Knew she wasn't going to get there, so cut inside well over the try line, and then this is a big fend to dot down under the sticks. Great score for Reading. Stoke Park trail by 41. Just off first phase, they look to take it to an edge well, but Reading are powerful in defence, and they're winning those turnovers by driving the players into touch. This is a shorter kickoff this time. Well gathered by Stoke Park, but yet again the Reading players are just quickest to the breakdown, and they'll turn it over and go storming into contact. Great work to free up their hands, and it will be on wide here for Reading. They've got numbers flooding through the centre. Great support, skipping through the contact. One more pass, and Reading are in yet again. Another score for the green and white. And that was a lovely bit of free-flowing rugby by them. And Reading have another. This game most certainly over. It's important that Stoke Park don't let the heads drop here. They've just been victims of a wonderful performance. Clinical from Reading. Excellent work here to maintain possession. Drawing and giving really well. Lovely footwork. And then just to beat the last defender, there's the offload. To allow the 21 to saunter in for Reading. Clinical stuff from them. And they'll kick off once more. This time it's been knocked on, so Reading will have another great attacking opportunity with a scrum right on the centre of the park in between the 15 and 22. Reading's kickoffs have been very impressive and very important to their dominance in this game. Reading will feed this scrum. There's a bit of pushing and shoving from both sides. So we'll have a reset here. Feed at the scrum, comes Reading way. Good hook there. Little juggle at first receiver, but a great step. And roaring away go Reading once again. Another score for them. Pure domination from Reading. They've looked very impressive. And they're chalking up a mighty scoreline here. What a start to the tournament for them. And with the conversion, they lead 55-0 with 3 minutes still left to play. And every time Reading have possession, they're just so clinical. Great scrum. Juggled at first receiver. Good line speed, but the step inside off the right foot through the hole. Stoke Park just shooting up on their own. Creating space for Reading to run in behind. And they have another. Short kickoff once again. Very contestable. It pops up for Reading. That's great take off the kickoff. Lovely offload through the contact. Just spilled. So scrum this time for Stoke Park. But that's a lovely little move off the kickoff as well. It just popped up so kindly for Reading. So in the first half, they peppered the backfield of Stoke Park with these long kickoffs, and now they're dropping them short to contest. Great counter scrum from Reading, but Stoke Park look to have come away from it. And it's a great tackle there in the wide channel, and Reading are the quickest to dive over it. Great commitment from them, freeing up the hands and passing out of contact. They've drawn in defenders here. That's another ferocious covering tackle, but great pickup. A lovely pass and a wonderful finish. And that's 10 tries for Reading. Well, I don't think I've seen a side this clinical at under 14 level anywhere else. And this Reading side are very impressive. They currently lead by 60 points. Unheard of in the game of sevens, but they've just been so clinical. Well, there's a first pick and drive from the 22 off the breakdown to draw in defenders. That's a lovely step off the left. It's unselfish from their 13. Very impressive player. Reading have another. And with a minute to go in this game, they'll still go hunting for more. This ruthless Reading side. Well, it will be a big game when Reading play Old Northam, who look to keep their cup hopes alive. But once again, Reading are the quickest to the breakdown, skipping away. There's one-on-one in the backfield. It's lovely footwork. Reading have another 11 tries. As I was saying here, Reading in action up next against Old Northam. Before a fantastic game against the Foss Falcons, which will be over on pitch 2. That'll decide this group if things continue this way for Reading. That was a great tackle, and then Reading are over the breakdown right away. And that's a huge game for Reading, a real mark of intent for them as they win this game by 67 unanswered points. 69 even in the game of sevens, unheard of. An clinical performance from Reading, who have looked very impressive here, and they will go right to the top of Group A. Up next, live on the main pitch at Rugby School, it's Bishop Vasey up against South Warwickshire this time. Action from Group B of the Under-14s Warwickshire Festival.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths, A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Well, we're live here on the main pitch, of course, at Rugby School. It's another game from the boys' competition, Group B action. Bishop Vasey up against South Warwickshire this time, and it's South Warwickshire in the blue here, just storming away from kickoff. It's a lovely winding run. Still going through the contact, South Warwickshire, who frees up the hands. Great offload, darting away into the corner with great pace. There's the fend, there's the opening score. And South Warwickshire have scored as they touch down underneath the sticks. A great start for them. I hope you'll forgive my pronunciation of Bishop Vasey's, but I've been corrected now, not from these parts myself. Happy to be here in Warwickshire, live at Rugby School. And that was a great start for South Warwickshire this time. We saw North Warwickshire in action earlier, of course, on this main pitch. They fell to an impressive Queen Mary side with a whole heaping of pace. But in the other group here, it also includes Higham Lane. South Warwickshire lead, and it's a deep kickoff right to the 5 metre of this Bishop Vasey side. Little footwork in the off the kickoff there, gone backwards. It's spilled once again, but only backwards, and now they look to inject a bit of pace into the line. There's a 3-on-1 in the wide channels. Great footwork, offloaded through the contact. Still come Bishop Vasey, darting and stepping inside. This could be a lovely score here. They're into the wide channels. It's a race to the line, and it's a race that Bishop Vasey will win. A wonderful score. Right from their 5 metre. Really patient play from them. And they've scored a wonderful try. Textbook sevens from this Bishop Vasey side, who look to equalise here. They trail by 2. It's a good conversion. So we're all level here in the opening stages. Could be another barnstorming game for you here. It was great work from the 5 metre to get it to the wide channel, and then stepping off the right, then the left. To break through the contact, draws in the defender really well. with the little double pump and then finally gives it wide. A great finish, great pace from Bishop Vasey. 7-all the score is, live here in the under-14 Warwickshire Club Sevens. Well, injected pace right to the line off the kickoff and a lovely offload, little hitch kick inside. Marcus Smith-esque, but over the ball come Bishop Vasey. South Warwickshire come away with it, and at first receiver, they take it to the line once more. Inside the 15, great counter ruck from Bishop Vasey. Still South Warwickshire come away with it. It's offloaded again into the wide channel. Great KBA from South Warwickshire, could be in behind the Bishop Vasey defence. Backwards off the kickoff, and away come Bishop Vasey then, because it was spilled on the floor. So now they look to counter as they play with broken field in front of them, just spilled on halfway. Frantic bit of play there from both sides. Good meters made by South Warwickshire. Bishop Vasey would look to counter, but just knocked on in centre field. So a great chance here from South Warwickshire, who've carved out this attacking set well off the kickoff. They'll have the feed at the scrum. Scores a level here 4 minutes into this game. And the ball pops out the way of South Warwickshire. Good defending from Bishop Vasey, but South Warwickshire here looks to take it to the line. That was a little flick out the back, but didn't find its target, so the ball will go the way of Bishop Vasey. They have a line out just inside their 15. Now there's some good pace there on show from South Warwickshire, but not enough to break Bishop Vasey's line. Line out, the black and white. Uncontested, these line-outs today in the boys' competition. And at second receiver, Bishop Vasey looked to add some pace. That's a huge contact in the middle of the field. Bishop Vasey back to their 22. Little show and go. Oh, they're through the hole here. It's a race to the line that South Warwickshire might win here. Bishop Vasey driving forward. Great fend, but a lovely covering tackle. Lovely offload. Little turn. Still going, Bishop Vasey. They could go all the way here. Dragged down on the 5 metre. Can they free the ball? Great pickup. And finally they will score. A lovely finish. Great exciting rugby from Bishop Vasey, who took it to the line in their 22 with pace and intent and broke in behind this South Warwickshire defence. And it's a great finish. No good, the conversion, unfortunately, just wide of that left-hand upright. But this is a lovely score. Once they get in behind, big fend, that's a lovely tap tackle right at the last. Great spin, great take from Bishop Vasey, but another covering tackle comes in. And then it's a good pickup and a good finish. And Bishop Vasey have their second try. They will kick us off here in the closing stages of this first half. They lead by 2 tries to 1, 12-7. Well taken off the kickoff by South Warwickshire. Good footwork to get in behind the defence. A great offload, but a huge hit comes in from Bishop's Vasey, and they've turned it over. Messy at the breakdown, but they'll come away from it on halfway. Lofted ball, a great ball wide, and now they could be in behind South Warwickshire. Great pace to take it to the line here. Bishop's Vasey may have a third, and they will win the race. A great score. And they lead by 3 tries to 1 now. Lovely finish. Good counter-attacking sevens from Bishop's Vasey. Angus Savage alongside me.
Yeah, sorry, been absent for a little while. Just getting an update on the lay of the land in the tournament. Few chops and changes. In essence, Lutterworth and Edwardians in the girls' tournament have just swapped their fixtures around because Edwardians were stuck in that traffic. So I've just been finding out what that was about. But I'll tell you what, how about this try? Glorious stuff from Bishop Vasey's.
A bit of a late tackle there. Great work to free up the ball. A rugby instant, we'll call it. And then That wonderful pass out wide freed up Bishop Vasey to go charging under for their third try. Well, at half-time here, Bishop's Vasey have really turned things on right at the end of that first half. And they're cooking with a 17-7 lead currently over South Warwickshire. A great start in this first half for them. We'll be back with the second half very shortly here, live with Next Gen at Rugby School at the Under-14 Warwickshire Club 7s competition. Back here for the second half as Bishop Vasey go hunting for their second win. And a win here will see them top the group. And it will leave a straight shootout for South Warwickshire and Higham Lane to see who can make it through to the cup. And South Warwickshire have turned it over from kick-off. And they have possession on halfway. Ingo Bishop's Vasey fishing forward at the breakdown. It's a great turnover and a perfect start to this second half. And they've tapped and gone. They would be away, but just off the mark. So Bishop's Vasey looking to top this group. A good start for the second half for them.
Yeah, very good start. Wobbly old kick, but finds touch, and ultimately, if the ball gets to where you want it to get to, that's all that you need to be worrying about.
Line out then for the black and white of Bishop's Vasey, who look to secure their place, their rightful place as top of this group. They've looked very impressive so far. Good value for their 17-7 lead. Uncontested line out, but spilled at first receiver. And that's unfortunate. So South Warwickshire will come away with possession. Very much still in this game.
Very much so. You know, if you think right back to that opening game of the day in the girls' competition, Old Northamptonians against Foss Falcons, the play swung this way and that, and you know, tries coming in a matter of seconds. So anything can happen here, and 10 points is absolutely nothing in the game of sevens, particularly with this long left on the clock.
Well, it's a good contest in the scrum there. It comes out the way of South Warwickshire. And good little evasion to break out the first tackle, and now they run more direct. Dragged down in between the 15 and halfway. Once again, Bishop's Vasey go fishing in the breakdown, and that's left them a little bit short in the wide channels. Good cover. And a great counter ruck as well. But it's picked at the base by South Warwickshire. Could be away here. Lovely step. Just couldn't free up the offload, and now there's a race to the line. There's plenty of cover, but who will get over the try line? It will be a great score. A great tenacious finish from South Warwickshire. Well and truly back in the game.
Oh my word, the power through the tackling there. Absolutely extraordinary from South Warwickshire. He's got 3 men hanging off him. It's like Jonah Lomu and his pomp. I don't know how he's found a way across the try line there.
Good quick ball at the breakdown led to that little overlap, and Bishop's Vasey had plenty of cover, but not enough. As South Warwickshire cut the gap to just 3.
See it again here. once again, actually, it's a case of a really big counter ruck, almost just obliterating the ruck and allowing the ball just to be snaffled up. But look at this. The cover comes in. That's great cover defence. There's 3 bodies on him, and still he finds a way across. That really is shades of 99 and New Zealand against France. I really need to start updating my references, don't I? I've pulled out 1999 and about 2010 with Ugo Monyo. I need to come up with something more recent.
Yeah, I wasn't alive in 1999, Angus.
Oh, Will, don't do that to me. You can't be doing this.
Well, Bishop's Vasey go tearing away down this left-hand side. It's a lovely start for them. What a great way to come back from conceding. An easy score for them, but lovely pace to make it look so easy, roaring away down the short side. The perfect response for Bishop's Vasey off the kickoff, who have slowed down this South Warwickshire momentum.
Well, I said I needed to update my references, and that young man has just given me the perfect opportunity. Like Lewis Rees-Zammit flying down that left-hand touchline. Searing pace and a great finish.
Well, that's a great score off second phase. Good draw and give. Textbook sevens from Bishop's Vasey as they re-establish their 10-point advantage.
Cracker of a try, that.
And they'll have the kickoff as well. The South Warwickshire look to fight back once more. It's a lovely take off the kickoff and great footwork into the wide channels. But there's great cover back there from South Warwickshire in support. Lovely little out-the-back offload trying to keep the ball alive. Referee says foot in touch, so Bishop's Vasey come away with it.
Oh, I'd love to see that one be allowed to play out. Nothing you like to see more than young lads out there just trying things, and that ball out the back could have been brilliant.
Seen a couple of those from South Warwickshire attempted. It's good to see that the flair is still alive and well in the game of sevens. But uncontested line out. Good line speed from South Warwickshire, but left a bit of a hole in the defence. Good offload off the floor, and they could be in behind here, Bishop's Vasey. There's cover there for South Warwickshire, and it's a great covering tackle to dislodge the ball. Good defence from South Warwickshire, exactly what they need at this stage of the game.
Yeah, great cover defence, and a lesson, I suppose, in defence at the other end of the field about why people talk so much about keeping the integrity of that defensive line, not shooting up out of it. If you shoot out, you've got to make the connection. Yeah, these lads, it's on the field where you learn those lessons, and they'll have picked that up straight away there, and a lesson that will stay with them for life. But the cover defence was absolutely superb.
Scrum for South Warwickshire. Hard line, dummy line run to draw in the defenders. Lovely ball fizzed into the wide channels, and South Warwickshire just running laterally and taking contact. Over goes Bishop Vasey. Bishop Vasey have turned it over at the breakdown. Sorry, and away they come now. Offload out the back. Little show and go through the contact. Lovely step inside, another score. And that's the winner. Late on in this second half, Bishop's Vasey will top the group, and they go soaring into the cup semi-final.
Well, that's fantastic. One of the few school teams that are in action here today, Bishop Vasey's Grammar School. And perhaps we're seeing a little bit of that connection that they've got with one another through their school fixtures together all through the season. Going through top of the table, finishing off with a try. And a pretty handy one at that.
Great turnover. Out the back door to keep it alive. Little show and go through the first wave of defenders. And here's the step to finish off. Well, final play in this game will be a Bishop Vasey kickoff.
It's going to be an interesting one for them as well, because, you know, looking ahead at the schedule, they're going to have a 2-hour wait until their semi-final. So they're going to have to just manage that time quite carefully. No one else is going to have a break quite as long as that, I don't think.
Well, it will be a long break for Bishop Vasey, and they've turned it over right on the 5-metre line, and they'll finish with a flurry here. Another try Good defence from Bishop's Vasey, piling on the pressure from the kick-off. And that's a big win for the school side here at the Warwickshire Under-14 Sevens competition. They'll top their group with 2 victories from 2.
Smart finish that as well. Sort of ends up sat down back to the try line, but finds a way to just get the ball dotted down. That's smart work, good awareness of what's around him.
Final score here, Bishop Vasey lead 36 to 14 in the end over the South Warwickshire Barbarians. A good result for them as they top the group. But up next here, it's return to the girls' competition. It's Old Northamptonians up against Reading, who we saw in a dominant 69-0 win just a short time ago against Old Northamptonians, who fell to the Foss Falcons right at the last. So that's a great game as we look to decide the outcome of Group A. Plenty more rugby to come here. Live with Next Gen at Rugby School at the Under-14s Warwickshire Sevens competition. We'll be back very shortly with some action from the girls' competition. More action then from the Under-14 girls competition. It's the very impressive Reading side. Notched up a 69-0 win in their first game up against Old Northamptonians.
Yeah, it should be a good one, this. 2 teams that have started the tournament well, started the tournament in try-scoring form.
Well, Reading topped this group, level on points with Foss Falcons, but ahead on try difference. Old Northamptonians looking for their first win of the competition. And it's a great kick-off from Reading once more, but picked up well in the 22 by Old Northamptonians, who go steaming away. What a start this could be for Old Northamp's side. They go steaming into the corner. Will she be caught? No, she won't. What a great solo effort, a lung-busting try, a great start, and Reading have conceded their first of the competition.
Well, hello, Old Northamptonians. What a way to start the game. She let the kickoff bounce and I was worrying. I need not have worried. That was just extraordinary.
And
there's only one player on the field that's touched the ball so far.
Yeah, that is a really great opening score. Just great pace around the outside, and Reading will feel they may not have been challenged yet. I don't think they were. They may have underestimated this old Northamptonian side, who performed excellently well against the impressive Foss Falcons. And it'll be Reading to receive this kickoff as they trail by 7 for the first time in this competition. A short kickoff taken well on the 15. Great tackle, but offload off the floor, and back to the short side come Reading. Great pace to take it to the line. Old Northamptonians go fishing in the breakdown, but they could have numbers up here on the wide channels. Backwards and then spilled, and Reading still come forward. This time it's just gone forward, and that's unfortunate really, because Reading had numbers up in that wide channel.
Yeah, there was a sort of half an opening there, wasn't there? Old Northamptonians had got a bit honey-potted around the ball, and it left a little bit of an opening there for Reading, but spilled forward through contact. And I think possibly spilled forward because she got a bit of a knock as she was carrying that one through.
Well, a slight injury to one of the Reading players. We'll be back underway shortly. But a good start for Old Northamptonians, who would really shake up the group with a win here.
Yeah, it would open things right up, wouldn't it? As medics run onto the pitch, or walk onto the pitch. We've been learning about how they walk on rather than run on, so that they arrive calm. Referee just having a little chat there. Really young group of referees today. Really part of the spirit of the competition, I suppose.
Well, we need a production line of them coming through to keep this level of the game alive and well.
Certainly do, yeah. The more referees we have in the game, the better. I'd encourage anyone that's looking for an alternative route into the game to have a look at becoming a ref. Harder than it looks. I did the course at university, and oh my word, all over the place.
Yeah, they offered that course up at Bristol University at the start of the year. Unbeknownst to those who took part, they then became the referees for the intramural competitions later in the season. So plenty of experience for them, and a lot of them have struggled, in all fairness.
I fell foul of that exact same thing. A sneaky way of making sure those games are refereed.
Back on the main pitch here, it's Reading who have turned the ball over from that scrum. It was a knock-on by them, and that pass has just gone behind the Reading player, but picked up well by their number 10. And narrow play from both sides, offloading contact, and now they could be on in the wide channel with an overlap. That's backwards once again, and Reading break through the first contact, jinxing back inside, brought down just inside the 22, and offload off the floor just wasn't expected, so away come Old Northamptonians now. Under pressure inside their 22. Still very narrow as Reading look to turn it over from the breakdown, and they have turned it over. Tackle in from Old Northamptonians, and they've stripped it. And now finally they look to go a little bit wider and then come back to the short side here. Lovely footwork, frees up the hands, little show and go. Offload into the wide channel. Once again they cut back inside. And there's another offload that goes loose. There's a long old period of play here. Possession's changed hand once more. Offload off the floor. Reading still come forward. Once again they cut inside against the grain. Driving through the tackles. Frees up the hands and intercepted by Old Northamptonians. There's no offside line if the offloads keep coming. Eventually picked up by Reading. And I'd love to see the referee's call here, but I think it is finally been given as a try. Or is it a penalty for a high tackle?
For a high tackle. The real case there, though, of play to the whistle. There's a few players that just stopped playing when they thought that ball had been spilled. You've got to stay alive and alert until that whistle goes.
A little bit too narrow from both sides there.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that's something that both sets of coaches, just while there's a little injury here, take the opportunity to talk to their players about. Is just trust everyone else in the team. Put some width into both your defence and your attack. You know, because we watched that. Yeah, it was an exciting passage of play. A lot of offloading, the ball going this way and that. but all 14 players for a good period of that were actually just between the width of the posts. Yeah, they've got to find a way just to trust everyone around them and just put some width on it. And sometimes, you know, as a younger player, I remember that being there myself as a younger player. It's almost about having the patience and the trust in everyone that the ball will come your way eventually. You don't need to be involved in the thick of it all the time.
Well, Reading trail to the old Northamptonians by 7, but they will have a penalty on the 5 metre when the game restarts from that high tackle.
Rugby School headmaster Peter Green is, or executive headmaster I should say, is entered the fray. I can just see him trotting around the bottom of Old Big Side there. Recognisable for his distinguished hat, it has to be said.
Well, there's a big game here in this group up next as Foss Falcons take on Stoke Park, and if the results stay this way, Foss Falcons with a win will go top of the group.
Yeah, it's a tense one. A very, very tense one here on Old Big Side.
And then after that, at 12, we've got the straight shootout between Higham Lane and South Warwickshire to see who progresses through to the semi-final in the group that also includes Bishop's Vasey, who have topped that group.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's worth us while we've got a bit of time here to just run through how the tournaments both work in terms of the girls and the boys. The girls is an 8-team tournament, the boys a 3-team tournament. So in the girls competition, the top 2 teams go through to the cup semi-finals from each pool, and the bottom 2 teams in each pool go through to the plate semi-finals. And then obviously there's a final for both of those competitions. The boys slightly different because of them being 3-team pools. The top 2 teams still from each of those pools goes through to the cup semi-finals. The bottom team from each pool play each other in a sort of 5th place, 6th place playoff, basically. So everyone getting a hatful of games out here.
Well, I believe the referee has actually given the try to Reading. The ball was eventually touched down. So we'll restart with the attempt at the conversion, which will tie things up, as the player who was in fact high tackled is leaving the field.
One small point of confusion to the medics who are doing a wonderful job is that the injured player was sat next to the goalpost, but they've opted to walk them off across the middle of the field. You think you'd take the easy route out 4 yards backwards and you're off the field.
Well, both these sides could do with a breather following their impressive display so far in this competition. But it will be Reading to get us started with the attempted conversion. A good conversion for Reading, who have levelled up the scores 4 minutes into this game. And here was the great direct running from Reading that saw the try-scoring opportunity open up. Then it was intercepted, and then from the breakdown, Reading turned it over, and the ball just went loose. Actually, not a high tackle. It's just a very physical. It's actually just a very physical contact.
Yeah, just tackled into the post, and can be a bit painful. That. Just ask James Haskell. I believe he did that against Wales not so many years ago.
I was alive for that game. You'll be happy to hear, Angus.
Finally, I find one.
Well, it will be Reading to get us underway from the kickoff, and Reading punished Stoke Park because their formation from the kickoff wasn't deep enough as they hooked it deep. But we'll see what option they go for here. And it's just a shorter kick, but it's been spilled off the kickoff, so Reading will come away with it. That's the perfect start for this green and white side, who look to take the lead for the first time in this game, as they look to go top of this group with a win here.
Those of you expecting to be tuning into the second half of Foss Falcons against Stoke Park, we are running a fair bit behind here on Old Big Side. Still in the middle of the game. In fact, still in the early stages of the game prior to that one.
Well, it was a great counter scrum from Reading, and following a big hit in the midfield, they've turned it over. So now Reading look to drive forward, following Old Northamptonians winning the scrum, and it's a lovely offload disguised behind the back there into the wide channels. Reading go herring away. Good offload off the floor, and then Old Northamptonians wrap up the Reading player. Still driving forward Reading as they have numbers up on this far side, and eventually they'll go under the post once again for another score.
Very, very neat and tidy try that. We spoke about the need for both sides to trust their width, trust everyone inside them. Reading doing exactly that there, holding that width as much as they dared and getting the rewards for it with the overlap to score the try.
Drop kick conversion as well. So Reading lead by 14-7 against Old Northamptonians. And it was a good break down the right-hand side to draw in the Old Northamptonians. The Old Northamptonians coach slightly unhappy with how the ball was gathered at the breakdown. Referee wave play on, and Reading had the numbers.
Yeah, exactly. As we said, just hold that width, and it will reap the rewards.
Reading will get us underway in the closing stage of this first half, where they now lead by a converted try. A kick-off just over the head of any Old Northamptonian players, but they'll gather on the 22 and take it to the short side. Big contact there in the wide channels by Reading. They've been very good at defending their wide channels, but there's a little step off the left and cut inside. Offload off the floor to keep the pace of the attack going. This time, Old Northamptonians look to go wide. Lovely step through the first defender. Big physical collision once again by Reading, who go hunting for it at the breakdown. But Old Northamptonians play away. And now with a bit of pace, they take it into the wide channels. Could be a race to the line here. Reading come across to cover. Good fend, and through the contact they go. Little cut inside. Old Northamptonians could be over here. Just short. Play on is the call. And Reading have turned it over. Well, it was taken back by Reading, but the referee's called half-time. What a defensive intervention that is by the green and white. And Old Northamptonians haven't been able to finish off that scoring opportunity.
Oh, so close. She scored that glorious individual try, what seems like an age ago, to start the game straight from the kickoff, and nearly a second glorious try to finish off the half. It's been a long old half of sevens, but two glorious moments to top and tail it. That one, what a defensive effort from Reading just to stop that try.
Well, that'll bring us up to half-time here in this crucial game in the women's competition. Reading currently lead Old Northamptonians by 14-7, a result which will see them top the group ahead of Foss Falcons' game against Stoke Park, which will be live here next. But at half-time, Reading currently lead 14-7 over Old Northamptonians. We'll be back with the second half live on Next Gen here at Rugby School very shortly.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a...
Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision, how to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Well, we're back here as Reading look to start off this second half brilliantly well. They go storming down this right-hand side. It was a great take off the kickoff. Good physical tackle there, but Reading are in behind once more. Little show and go and step inside, and Reading will have a perfect start to this second half. What a fast start for Reading.
Oh, cheeky from the number 5. The show and go almost stopped her running as well as she did the show and go. Lovely, lovely stuff. And a try she'll remember on the big screen and on the live stream forever and ever.
Right off the kickoff, Old Northamptonians have looked good in this game so far against this very dominant Reading side, but perfect start for them. Right off the kickoff, great pace to take to the wide channels. Wonderful covering, defending from Old Northamptonians. But here's the little show and go to brush off the last defender.
Yeah, look at that. It's just shows and goes, and then she just feels the contact slip away and goes, all right, do you know what? I'll carry on then.
Well, it will be Reading's number 5 to kick us off. They lead by 21-7 in this second half. Juggled in possession, sorry, by Old Northamptonians, who go steaming into contact at the 15. Once again, Reading have stolen it at the breakdown. They've been the quickest there all day. That pass has gone behind their 11, but she could go steaming away, dragged down by Old Northamptonians. And now it's their turn to turn over the breakdown. Once again, Reading go hunting for it. It's a real battle for possession here on the 15-metre mark, but away come Reading, looking to free their hands and offload. Old Northampton's looking to strip the ball. Picked at the base, and once again their 22 could go streaming away. And the quickest to react are Reading, and the green and white have another.
Some start to the second half this from Reading. Flying out the blocks. It's as if that try saver at the end of the first half has just inspired them, and they have come out with some urge to play in this second half.
Well, they turned it over the breakdown. Old Northamptonians got the strip in, and Reading turned it over again. And that confusion just sucked in the Old Northamptonians players. And they've got another converted try.
It's a good decision to hold on to the ball there, into contact. Taking it down, the space just opened up. And she's got just enough of a pace advantage to be able to get on the outside of the only defender that was there and score the try. Fantastic work.
Now, Reading may well have won this game, but Foss Falcons are in action next, live here on pitch 1 against Stoke Park. And that's a very creative kickoff. It was just dinked into the 10-metre channel in the wide channel, but no one was wide enough for Reading to collect. So it will be a line out for Old Northamptonians.
Yeah, unlucky that one. I suppose it goes back to the point we've made a few times, isn't it? If you spread across the width of the field, because opportunities like that can come along.
Line out that'll be uncontested, I believe, for Old Northamptonians.
Yeah, under 14s line out's not contested.
And they take it back down the short side. Lovely decision. Great step inside. That's a big tackle from Reading, who looked to offload it in the contact, but driven out into touch, and Reading have been doing that all day in these wide channels, just driving opposition players into touch, and they've turned it over on halfway.
The old classic parental touch judges as well on the far side. I think about 4 hands went up to signal that one.
It certainly did reach touch, and Reading this time cut inside up first receiver. And now they take it to the line through the contact. Good hard running. Great decision to offload. There's the step inside. Frees the hands once more. Through the contact, looking for the offload, searching for that final pass. Picked at the base this time. Old Northamptonians go looking for possession, and they have stripped it. So now they can break from inside their 22.
It's all too narrow again, though.
Now all Northamptonians go searching for some width. Great pace in the wide channel, but another huge tackle from Reading's number 11, who's been hunting players down in that wide channel all day. Old Northamptonians recycle possession. It's a little bit loose. Some broken field for them to play in this time. They have possession on the 15. Good counter-ruck from Reading. And that's a loose pass that Reading go hunting for, and they've turned it over once again. Lovely hands, great offload, well held, and Reading will kill the game. Another big win for the green and white.
Oh, it's great handling. Turn the ball over, and then lovely hands. And what a composed collection of the ball there to run it home. So easy to panic and knock that ball on. Brilliant composure. Again, we're just seeing a little bit too much narrowness at times. I mean, that was what was hindering Old Northamptonians there. They had the chance probably to be able to string some possession together, and they were making some good inroads, but found it just a bit too tricky to keep putting width on the ball and keep backing themselves to find the wide channels.
Well, it was another good turnover, a good counter-ruck. And then good line speed from Reading, who have just looked a little bit more committed today. Lovely work to free the hands, well held. And that's Reading's key player, really, their number 13, as well as their number 5. 2 very impressive individuals.
Yeah, between the 2 of them, they are providing the real highlights for Reading in this game. Fantastic work from both of them.
Reading will get us underway in the closing stages of this encounter. Old Northamptonians have claimed it off the kickoff. Once again, Reading go hunting at the breakdown, and it's a turnover, and they will finish the game with another try. And Reading just don't stop. They will keep playing right until the very last, and they have won this game in style.
Yeah, and when you think the first half was so even, wasn't it? But they've got their tails up since that definitive tackle, really, to finish the first half, the try-saver. And since then, they've just been completely relentless. It's like belief has come coursing through them. And a 35-7 victory in the end. Absolutely outstanding.
Another impressive performance by perhaps the team of the tournament so far. They are the ones to beat Reading following their 2 big wins. And there's more action from this group up next here live with NextGen15 at the Rugby Under 14's Warwickshire Sevens, because the Foss Falcons take on Stoke Park in the other 2 sides in this group. The Foss Falcons looking for their 2nd win after they beat Old Northamptonians by 2 conversions in their first game, as they look to stay in the fight to top this group. But Reading have stormed their way to the top of this group. Foss Falcons in action next as they look to keep up the pace against Stoke Park.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What? Well, it's the Foss Falcons in action here against Stoke Park. The Foss Falcons who look very impressive in the opening game, where they won over old Northamptonians, and they've turned it over with a big tackle right off kick-off, and the number 3 goes storming away. Lovely offload into the wide channels, and this is the dream start for them. A great score from the Foss Falcons. Just a lovely offload after tying in all those defenders. The perfect start, Angus.
Yeah, glorious start from the Foss Falcons. Chasing that place in the semi-finals. That's a top start, as you say.
There's a really big collision off the kick-off to turn it over. And then they went wide off first phase. Big fend by the number 3. We've seen her in action already today. And it's a good conversion as well. So 7-0, the Foss Falcons lead over Stoke Park in the opening minute of this game. Yeah, here's this big shot.
Yeah, it's a good tackle that. Knocks the ball free. Offloading off the floor as well. Just so important in not allowing the defence to settle back down again. And then, well, I don't want to keep referencing Jonah Lomu, but you know, when you power through tackles like that, who else am I supposed to go to? And then that is a lovely finish, bit of pace down that left-hand side.
Well, Stoke Park claim it well off the kick-off once more, and they take it to the line well, but it's a good tackle. Back to the feet, though, the number 6. Driving forward for Stoke Park. Still going. This amazing run up to the 15. And a support there for Stoke Park, who pick and go from the breakdown. Good line speed from the Foss Falcons, but still down this short side they come. There's great pace here from Stoke Park up to the 22. Good covering tackle by the Falcons, but not held once again. This time, not releasing the ball, so it's a penalty against Stoke Park. But a good attacking set from them.
Yeah, very good, and they'll probably feel that that tackle situation was over. Unfortunate one, that one for them. Really good effort, but a real sign of what attacking options they can offer.
The Falcons go to the line out, so Foss Falcons will have possession just inside their own half. Uncontested, so a good option to kick for touch.
Yeah, it's a fantastic option in the with these uncontested lineouts. It's free ball, and it's free ball further up the field. Why not take that opportunity? Well, I suspect we'll see a lot of teams doing that as the day progresses.
Well, the Falcons will throw. There's 3 players in this line out for the Foss Falcons. And they'll take it down the short side from the line out. Breaking through tackles once again is their number 3. Offload off the floor. A bit narrow, this attack. And now the Falcons can use the ball. Good direct running, good turn out of the first tackle, freeing up the hands, a lovely offload. Could be a race to the line here, good cover from Stoke Park. But another offload off the floor. Another great tackle, but there's the ball inside, and this time the Falcons will go over. And it was just really good support play from them. They had the numbers to flood the gap. Those offloads off the floor make it very hard for the defensive line to reset.
Yeah, really good, quick ball. It just, retaining possession like that, it just forces the defence to have to work harder than they necessarily can or want to, and it just creates those gaps. And Foss Falcons taking advantage. Stoke Park, they're just a couple of the girls there that are working their absolute socks off. Maybe just need to grab the others in and just encourage them to stay connected with the rest of the team. Keep working for your teammates.
Another great covering tackle from Stoke Park, and then the same player back to feet, the number 7, to make another huge tackle, but a little disconnection. The line, good offload inside. Foss Falcons lead by 14. Well, there's a lovely short kick-off, but it's been taken by Stoke Park, and lovely pace to break round the first defender, and Stoke Park could be away here. That's great pace from their number 7, who could go storming away into the corner, and Stoke Park have their first try. A lovely finish off the kick-off.
That's an absolutely brilliant try. Straight from the kick-off. Too quick for anyone to handle.
Well, a win here, Stoke Park would really upturn the apple cart in this group, with the Falcons looking to progress in second place. But a win here would put them on 6 points and leave a very important game on pitch 2 between themselves and Reading. And a win here would leave Stoke Park needing a victory over Old Northamptonians to progress. Still all to play for in this group. And here's a lovely finish. Great pace through the first contact. A race to the line that number 7 was always going to win.
Yeah, absolutely flying down that left wing. Or right wing, rather, I should say, on the far side. Fantastic pace. She'll remember that one. And she looks like she knows she'll remember that one. Good on her.
A great score right at the end of this first half. 14-5. Foss Falcons still lead over Stoke Park. But they will have a chance to regather possession from the kickoff here. Stoke Park to tee us off. As one of the players just receiving a bit of attention from the coaching staff, so there'll be a change. But Stoke Park will still get us underway right at the end of this first half. They still trail by 14-5 against the Foss Falcons, looking for their second win of the day. Short kick-off to be returned by the Foss Falcons, who are stepping through the contact excellently well. Great offload through the contact once more. Direct running through 2 tackles. And there's a high tackle, so a penalty for the Foss Falcons. A great opportunity for them to end this first half with a score. And wide they pass, but stepping back inside the Foss Falcons. Lovely footwork, great covering tackle from Stoke Park. But there's the offload, and driving through contact once more is the number 3 of Foss Falcons. Loose ball, swept up by the Foss Falcons, who still driving here towards the line. Frees up the hands, great offload, but just spilled. And that would have most certainly been a try. Instead, we'll go to half-time with the scores staying as they were. 14-5, Stoke Park trail to the Foss Falcons in a big game for both sides.
Very, very close to a try to finish off the half there, wasn't it? And it would have been a glorious one. So many phases of possession. And as it is, Stoke Park stay in touch.
Well, we'll be back very shortly for the second half between Foss Falcons and Stoke Park. Foss Falcons lead by 14-5, a result that sees them second in the group, just behind Reading on points difference alone. We'll be back for the second half, live with Next Gen here at the Rugby Under-14 Warwickshire Sevens.
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Well, it will be Stoke Park to get us underway. A deeper kick this time. Bounces unkindly for the Foss Falcons, but it's a good pick-up in the end. Great tackle on the 15. That's a huge shot. And the offload's gone forward, so Stoke Park could break here. They only trail by the 1 try. And they've got numbers on this left-hand side if they can use them. But this number 6 is going all by herself. She's through 2 tackles. Takes contact well. And it's been picked up at the breakdown by Stoke Park, who are still playing now. They're into the 22. And still down that far side they go. Last-ditch tackle is just missed, so it could be the number 7 in the corner again. Another try for Stoke Park.
What a start to the second half from Stoke Park. Stayed in touch at the end of that first half, when it looked for all the world like they were going to concede. And now they come flying out the traps at the start of the second half. Brilliant work.
Well, a win here would be huge for Stoke Park, and they'd keep their chance of qualifying for the Cup competition alive, because Foss Falcons have a very difficult game against Reading ahead of them, while Stoke Park have old Northamptonians who are yet to record a win.
Yeah, it could make things very, very interesting indeed.
Well, here is the opportunity to add the extras for Stoke Park. And you can kick out a hand in this competition. Well, no conversion for Stoke Park, so 14-10. But this was a good play from them to recycle possession. A little bit one-up rugby, but good work to recycle possession, and the number 7 has great pace to score in the corner. Stoke Park will get us underway from the kickoff as well. Foss Falcons still lead due to their 2 conversions, but Stoke Park well and truly in the game. And that kickoff once again bounces quite unkindly for the Foss Falcons, but they'll come away from it, and it's great pace from the number for Foss Falcons, number 13, right away from kickoff. She goes storming away down the right-hand side. There's cover from Stoke Park, a huge covering tackle, but just slips. And have the Foss Falcons got the support? They have. What a huge tackle, though, and just dislodges possession. So it will be turned over. Wow, what a period of play for both sides. Great covering tackle by Stoke Park's number 7. Seems to be their key player. And then another great covering tackle to dislodge possession. So Stoke Park will feed this scrum.
Yeah, it's all going on in that phase of play, isn't it? Fantastic pace down the right-hand side. We're thinking it's a sure try, it's a glorious try. But the Stoke Park defence, they work their absolute socks off to go and catch up with that. Forcing the knock-on. Fantastic, fantastic covering defence. And we said in that first half, it's all about cajoling each other into working hard. You get your rewards from working hard, and we see it there. Stoke Park earning those rewards for working so hard there.
And they will have the feed from the scrum, but the pressure's on them inside their 22. Ball just straight out the side there. Our match official unhappy with that. So there's still 4 minutes to go here. Still plenty of time for either side. Either for Foss Falcons to see off the game, or Stoke Park to stage a massive comeback. They trailed by 14 at the beginning of this game.
I'm wondering where the Stoke Park replacements have gone. I'm scanning all around the field looking for them, and they seem to have disappeared.
That's loose ball out the back of the scrum as well, so Stoke Park will have to clean up. Good tackling there from Foss Falcons, and over the breakdown they go looking for the ball, and that's a huge turnover. And what a bit of defensive play by the Foss Falcons, number 15. It's been highlighted already as one of their key players, Angus.
Yeah, we saw just how good she was in that early game against old Northamptonians. That hat-trick of tries, and she's a threat whenever she's got the ball.
Well, here's a penalty. Tap and go, and they'll take it straight to the line, and this will be a try. Direct stuff from the Foss Falcons, but hard to stop anyone from 5 yards out, and that's a great score for the Foss Falcons, who look to reclaim their place in at second in this group.
Yeah, it really is. A difficult start to the half with that early try from Stoke Park, but Foss Falcons bouncing right back. Taking their time over the kickoff, over the restart as well, rather. What am I on about? Over the conversion is the word I'm trying to find there. You'd think I'd know, but it comes up often enough.
There's plenty of kicking opportunities in the game of sevens. Sometimes they do get mixed up, but yeah, no luck from the conversion. And from this penalty, simple enough, just a tap and go through 3 players in the end. A good score for Foss Falcons, who use their defensive acumen well to pile on the pressure, and they will restart us here as well through the try scorer. That's a difficult kick to regather, but held well and up to the 15 of Stoke Park. Frees up the hands and gets the offload away. Little step inside. Stoke Park spot a hole. Lovely step once more to break through the defence. That spilled, but only backwards. So still Stoke Park have possession. But it's turned over at the breakdown. And away come the Foss Falcons in the closing stage of this game. Through the first contact. Great pace. They could be away here on this right-hand side. They will go all the way. A great score to see off this game. And the Foss Falcons have won it.
And look who it is. The Foss Falcons, number 15. We spoke about her just a moment ago, about just what a threat she is with the ball in hand.
But I don't know if the tries, but it has been given in the end. There was some chatter amongst the those on the sideline that it may have been spilt, but no, try given.
And it was just a brilliant score. She is so quick, so powerful as well. Impossible to contain.
Well, it was a great turnover at the breakdown, a lovely offload by the number 15, and then she's there in support. It's a great pickup right off the boot, and then little hitch kick and step to beat the first defender. A great score with ball in 2 hands, and a great win for the Foss Falcons.
Took the words right out of my mouth there. Carrying the ball in 2 hands, so important. And as you say, a fantastic win for the Foss Falcons. A good effort from Stoke Park as well. You know, they had a tough old first game, and they've showed the best of themselves in this one.
Well, the Foss Falcons with a huge win, teased them up nicely for their massive encounter over on pitch 2 against Reading. Up next on pitch 1, we have some more action, this time from the boys competition. It's a straight shootout to see who will make it through to this cup semi-finals between Higham Lane and South Warwickshire, who have both fallen to Bishop Vasey, who will top the group. That's next here on the main pitch at Rugby School, live at the Warwickshire Under-14 Sevens. Well, as the captains come together here on the main pitch at Rugby School, it's Higham Lane School from Nuneaton up against the South Warwickshire Barbarians. South Warwickshire, of course, needing a win here to progress through to the next round, as do Higham Lane. Both these sides fell to Bishop's Vasey in their first game of the day. So a straight shootout for Cup Rugby, what we like to see on the main pitch, Angus.
Yeah, we certainly do. Looking forward to seeing Higham Lane in action. I've not seen them so far today. South Warwickshire we've already seen a moment ago. So excited to see how this one pans out.
Really deep kick from Higham Lane, and now back come South Warwickshire, crashing it up inside their own half. Picked at the base, stepping and darting their way through. But it could be turned over at the breakdown, it is, so Higham Lane come away with it, but then possession changes hands once more on the floor. Scrappy start to this game. There's a step inside, and South Warwickshire break through the contact. Lovely running here. There's a race to the corner. Will South Warwickshire win it? What a huge covering tackle that is, but still driving South Warwickshire, and they're over. Try given. What a great effort to score.
Oh, he's done so well to get that down. Pumping the arms to get his pace up, and then he was, yeah, he's a small guy in comparative terms. The bigger boy comes down to chase him down, and yet he still finds a way to shrug off that tackle and then drag himself across the try line.
Well, it was a changing of hands, both sides, from the breakdown. Eventually, South Warwickshire come away with it.
Look at this, though. Look at his arms pumping. Giving it absolutely everything. It's a boy that's much bigger than him that chases him down eventually. But look at the strength, the power, the determination to get across the try line. That's fantastic.
Well, first blood goes the way of South Warwickshire Barbarians in this game, who need a win to progress through to the next round of this competition. The loser will be taking place in the 5th-6th playoff. And that's lovely footwork from the Higham Lane player, off dancing through the tackle, still going. What a run this is. This would be a wonderful score. There's the show and go. Oh, all the way. Brilliant stuff. No one will catch him. Higham Lane have scored a wonderful try.
Well, talk about response. Higham Lane just stepping up.
He's very proud of that one.
Oh, quite right too. Quite right too. Got an old school kit on, but scoring a try for the modern age.
A wonderful weaving run. Right from inside his own half, dancing his way through the defenders, and then it was great pace to see off the onrushing South Warwickshire Barbarians right at the last. A great score, and the conversion to boot.
Yeah, we look at it here. Ball collected high. Evades the first tackle, evades the second tackle, through the third tackle, skips past the fourth, dances around the fifth. And then he just pins the ears back with that little dummy. 5 defenders beaten through the tackle, and then a 6th with a dummy. It's like Duhan van der Merwe.
Wonderful score. Higham Lane lead by 2. Very contestable kickoff there, well taken by South Warwickshire. And they have possession inside their own half. There's a little bit of space in the wide channel, and a fend through the line goes South Warwickshire, darting for the corner. Another wonderful covering tackle. Great offload off the floor, and another through the hand. South Warwickshire could be in here. They've got numbers up on this right-hand side. They cut back through the midfield. There's the little pop through contact, the little step, and that is textbook sevens from South Warwickshire Barbarians.
Oh boy, they didn't want to do it the easy way, did they? They had the numbers on the outside, and twice they cut back inside. I thought they'd spoiled the opportunity, but no, they know better than me, and they dive in underneath the posts. But how about that break down the left-hand side to kick things off? We are being treated to some tries out here on Old Big Side. Look at the gas down this left-hand side. The covering is great. Gets an offload off the deck. That's brilliant. Second offload's superb as well. And now suddenly they've got an overlap. They step inside. I thought the chance had gone begging here. They've still got numbers wide. They step inside again, but he's underneath the post.
A great score. And we've seen some beautiful tries in this game. And we've got a real game on our hands here to see who will progress through to the Cup semi-final. In second place in this group, collected well off the kickoff, and once again they just put the hammer down, and great pace to take it to the line. Through the contact they go. What a try this will be, what a response this will be, and it's another score for Higham Lane.
God, they like a long ranger, don't they, Higham Lane? They love a long ranger. Another glorious score. Every time South Warwickshire think, well, we've got our noses in front here, we can just settle in here. Higham Lane just straight away go the length. Absolutely outstanding.
As they look to take the lead here once more. It's a good conversion. 14-12 they lead, and it's right off the kickoff. Great covering by our cameras to stay on the man, and they just puts the hammer down with the pace to the line to skip through the first tackle, and then there's no one to cover. So Higham Lane have another score.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as mazy as the opening score, is it? But not far short of it. Evading those early tackles and then just pinning the ears back and going, and they are finding a way to pick through the defence off these kickoffs, aren't they?
The lofted kickoff once more, well taken. There's a little out the back ball and a wide go. South Warwickshire, another out the back. Lovely offload play. Barnstorming run through the tackles. There's a great offload. There must be try here. They're in the 22 with numbers in behind. Swung wide this time. Lovely step to beat the first defender. Through the tackle they go. What a score this will be. Reaches out and finishes it. Try of the tournament, it must be. A beautiful score right from the kickoff. Lovely little switch out the back. Another little offload, one-handed. Oh, that's just a beautiful score in every aspect. No one left to take the kickoff. They're far too happy with their finish. Angus, that was a wonderful finish.
Well, we are being absolutely treated over here, aren't we? It's just absolutely incredible.
Well, let's have another look at that try. Right from the kickoff, it was wonderful play. There was two out the backs, but here's the great offload play once they were in behind. And then this is an interesting option to go back to the short side, where they didn't have the numbers, but a great step to beat one, shrugs off another, and then the determination to reach out and score.
Absolutely fantastic.
Well, at half-time here, Higham Lane, despite their two wonderful scores, trail to the South Warwickshire Barbarians by 19 points to 14. An excellent game here to decide who will go through to the Cup semi-final. At the moment, it's advantage to South Warwickshire Barbarians, but we'll be back very shortly for the second half here, live with Next Gen at Rugby School for the under-14 Warwickshire Sevens.
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Well, a couple of contenders for try of the tournament in this game. It's far from over with the second half still to come. South Warwickshire lead Higham Lane School by 19 to 14. The Higham Lane will have possession. It's a great take off the kickoff there. The ball just bounced loose in the midfield, and they take it to an edge. Well, there's a hand in there in the breakdown, and then a tackle off the ball perhaps, but the referee waves play on. Higham Lane still have possession. There's the show and go, and they're in behind once more. Lovely work to dart to the line, brushing off the tackles. There's one chaser left for South Warwickshire, and it's a huge tackle, but there's the offload. Really well gathered. Still Higham Lane have possession, and it will be a penalty that goes their way. They'll tap quickly, and they'll saunter in. Oh, off the mark. So another opportunity for South Warwickshire to defend from their 5 metre. I think they'll look to go to the line out. Little dummy, tap and go, and driving over to score. That was smart. Clever play to score the try.
Yeah, tidy work to finish that one off. The move deserved a finish, didn't it? It was yet another exciting long-range effort. Got the penalty 5 metres out, and it deserved a finish, and we got one.
Great covering tackle, but I believe the work in the breakdown following led to a penalty, and then this is really clever play from Higham Lane to dummy the kick to touch and then to dart inside. So off the mark off the first attempt, shaping up to find touch. Taps and goes himself. Little show and go. Higham Lane back on level terms. We'll actually lead by 2 following that conversion. So 3 tries apiece here. Still plenty of time left to play. This is a wonderful game of rugby.
Oh, it's an absolute cracker. Best of the day, I'd say. Absolutely no idea which way this one is going to go. Oh, that's a big kickoff as well.
Very deep kick that bounces up for South Warwickshire. They've tapped it down in the 5 metre instead of looking to play.
That is an absolute classic of no one, possibly including the referee, knowing immediately what the law is when you do that. I've been in that scenario so many times where everyone goes, what is it that we do again here?
I believe goal line dropout has been opted for. I'm fairly certain that is the right decision.
I'm pretty sure that's the correct option in that scenario.
The game of 7s is different from the game of 15s. Well, they tap and go from the 5 metres. An interesting take on the law there. And that's a loose pass, but well gathered by South Warwickshire's key man, who offloads well, but suddenly runs out of options, and that ball has gone loose. It's out at the breakdown as well, and Higham Lane are the first to pounce upon it. So they'll go driving into the 5 metre. Great offload off the floor, and they have another score. Opportunistic finish there from Higham Lane. And there's a try score that will take them just a little bit further out in front against South Warwickshire, and Higham Lane School could be flying into the cup semi-final there as the conversion just bounces back off the post. Unlucky. But South Warwickshire just ran out of options here. And then from the breakdown, the ball was loose. Opportunistic play. And a lovely offload off the floor. From 5 metres out, you're always crashing over from there.
Well, the try scoring is just relentless here, isn't it? Absolutely relentless. Try one way, try the other way. I think this is the first time we've had two scores in a row from the same team, and Higham Lane perhaps crucially now opening up that 7-point advantage. We've only got 3 minutes left, and it's been a while since any side has had an advantage that strong.
Well, we'll see if Higham Lane go for another deep kickoff, and they do. This time it's in the wide channels, but taken really well. So away come South Warwickshire. Lovely take from that offload as well, and a great one themselves, but just spilled in the last. South Warwickshire were looking to build something special. A couple of really good offloads in there, but that last one not to hand. So line-out time in favour of Higham Lane. A great opportunity for them to kill the game from here. Uncontested line out. And they cut down the short side, and they brush off the defenders, and surely this will be another try. What a tackle! But Higham Lane will reach out and finish. Despite the best efforts of South Warwickshire, Higham Lane have put themselves in a commanding position with 2 minutes to go.
Oh, great finish that, because it was a brilliant cover tackle and a hell of a finish as well.
And these players are really enjoying the big screen here at Rugby, showing all of the action back to them.
It's amazing how aware people are of their presence on the screen, isn't it? We're seeing people checking out the replays of the tries almost immediately.
There's a massive game over on pitch 2 between Reading and Foss Falcons, which I believe is currently level. At least according to the big scoreboard. But over here on pitch 1, with just a minute to go, it's a very commanding lead for the side in red, Angus.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's 3 quick tries in a row for Higham Lane. Finding a way just to be able to ease themselves into a position where it is a long, long road back for South Warwickshire in what has been an incredibly tight game from start to finish. A really smart finish to get that ball down there. And with what, 40 odd seconds left to go, you'd say that this one is pretty close to done and dusted.
So Higham Lane will be joining Bishop's Vasey in the cup competition. And they'll be playing one of Queen Mary's, North Warwickshire and Stoke Park. We'll wait to get those results to you when we have them. But here's South Warwickshire looking to finish off the game in a positive manner. That offload just goes loose, but swept up well. Lateral running from South Warwickshire. Good offload off the floor, and a good fend to break away from the first defender. Running with 2 hands, deceptive stuff, and now they'll take it down the short side. Lovely fend to beat the first defender. Off the back offload, but it's just been spilled. Penalty for high tackle, I believe, or just the knock-on, so game over. Well, they've done enough, haven't they? It's a great result for Higham Lane, who will progress through to the cup semi-final against whoever tops Group A. Likely to be Queen Mary's, but we'll await on those scores. And that concludes our coverage of the pool stage of the boys' competition. Up next, it's the action from the second group of the girls' competition, where we see all 4 teams in action across the next 2 games, live here with Next Gen at the Rugby School Warwickshire Under-14 Sevens competition.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an...
Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Well, we're back here on the main pitch at Rugby School for the Warwickshire Under-14 Sevens competition. We're back in the girls' competition now for two huge games that will decide the second group, Group B. It's Lutterworth here up against the Edwardians. Edwardians have won one game, lost the other, and Lutterworth have lost both games. So Edwardians hoping to finish the group strong, and a win here will see them on to 6 points. So they'll move up to second place in the group, and then they rely on results elsewhere to go their way to make it to the cup. And this is a wonderful run from them as they're up into the 15. Secure ball at the breakdown. Great pressure from Lutterworth on the Edwardians, and they've turned it over. And away come Lutterworth. That pass goes to the floor, but only backwards. Good offload as they come round the corner here. Crashing into contact. They're up to the 15. And still they go wide as they reach an edge here. Lutterworth could be in behind. A great tackle on the halfway, but a lovely offload, and Lutterworth have the pace here as they're into the corner. Will they be caught? No, they won't. It's a huge start. And the Edwardians go behind. Well, there's a opening try for Lutterworth, who have yet to notch up a win in this competition. So a win here would be huge for them going into the next stage of the competition. With a big win here and results going their way, they could sneak into second place and get through the next round of the Cup. But the Edwardians here will look to respond in the early stages of this first half. Well, it was a great finish, lovely offload, and once that offload would have made Lutterworth go darting into the corner. A great finish. Well, it will be Lutterworth to get us underway from the kickoff. The Edwardians are rather narrow in their attacking set, but they'll take it to the line well. Offload off the deck as they still try and run it laterally to an edge, and there's a big fend through the contact there. That offload goes loose. It's been knocked on, and then knocked on by Lutterworth as well. So it'll be a scrum down for Lutterworth in the green and red. Well, it's a scrum then for Lutterworth. And they have one possession at first receiver as they take it to the line. Great work through the tackle to force the offload away, and Lutterworth goes steaming into the corner. They could have their second try here. In come the covering tackles from Edwardians, just short. That offload goes to floor, but well gathered by green and red. And there's a fend and a great offload, but just not going to hand this time, so the Edwardians will break from inside their 5 metre. Great leg drive to draw in the defenders. Lutterworth look to strip it in contact, and they have. So they could go all the way through and score here. And they have made it to the line. Well, you thought the attack was over for Lutterworth, but they did great defensive work from them to strip it in contact. And from there, they drove over the line for another score. Lutterworth lead by 2 tries. They look to add the extras here. And no luck from the conversion, just wide of the left-hand upright. But by 10 points, Lutterworth lead over the Edwardians. And really, you can't really play out from there with no support around you. Stripped in contact, and from there, Edwardians just too slow to react. Now Lutterworth in front here, keeping their cup hopes alive, relying on results elsewhere to see them through if they do win this game. And they've put themselves in a commanding position to do so. Well taken off the kickoff, though, by the Edwardians, who laterally take it into the wide channels once more. There's a great offload. And they're up to halfway. Good counter-ruck by Lutterworth, but they're off the feet there, so there'll be a penalty. Goes the way of the Edwardians. And they have an opportunity from halfway to build an attacking set. They take it down the short side. Great pace, but a lovely tackle as well. So Edwardians will have to rebuild. Still from on halfway. That was a great tackle. The ball came loose. Edwardians come away from it. Play's just stopping there for an injured player. The players were keen to stop the game, the referee less so, but on the request of the players, the play has stopped, so we'll have a stoppage in play for another injury. That's an Edwardian player who's down, but they will have possession on just inside the Lutterworth half when play continues. So Lutterworth here, lead by 10. And up next, on the main pitch here at the Warwickshire Under-14 Sevens competition, we have the other game from this group, which is Barker Butts up against Mansfield, and then we'll know who will be heading through to the Cup semi-finals. After that, we have the boys semi-final, followed by one of the girls semi-final. and then the plate semi-final from the girls' competition as well, before finally the 5th, 6th playoff between the boys. And then the final game of the day is the boys' final. So there's plenty of semi-final and final rugby as Lutterworth are enjoying their appearance on the big screen. We'll be back very shortly when play resumes here at the Warwickshire U14 Sevens competition, hosted by Rugby School, live with NextGen, once the injured player leaves the field. Well, play resumes here on the main pitch at the Warwickshire U14 Sevens competition. Edwardians will feed the scrum. They trail by 10 to Lutterworth, who have turned it over from the set piece. And they'll go storming away into the wide channels. Lovely footwork to put the first defender on the ground, but then the offload goes loose. Gathered by Lutterworth, who do well to keep the ball in play. Skipping away from the first defender. And there's a fen through the contact. Offload once again goes to ground. Lutterworth sweep it up well, and then they take it to the line. These offloads aren't going to hand, but they are going the way of Lutterworth. This time, slow ball for them to play away from, and once again they go direct. This time the offload finds a Lutterworth player, and now into the corner. Lutterworth could go steaming away. Great pace injected into the attack. And there's another score. They now lead by 3 tries to 0 on the stroke of half-time. This will be a great result for Lutterworth, who look to get their Warwickshire U14s tournament back on track. No luck from the conversion, so they lead by 15. 3 tries to 0 at half-time. May have time for just one more phase, but here's the offload. And then it's just great pace to finish. Simple enough for Lutterworth in the end. Now, half-time has been called by the referee, so at half-time, the Edwardians have a bit of a mountain to climb. They trail by 3 tries unanswered. Lutterworth 15-0 over the Edwardians. A great result for them if things stay the same way. 1 half left to play here in this Group B encounter in the girls' competition. Live with NextGen at Rugby School for the Warwickshire U14 Sevens competition. We'll be back very shortly for the second half.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a...
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, math.
Well, we're back here for the second half of this crucial game in Group B of the Under-14 girls competition, where Lutterworth currently hold a commanding 3-try lead over Edwardians. No conversions to add those points, but they lead by 15 points to nothing against an Edwardian side who are hoping to notch up their second win of the competition. And away they come as they look to get this game back on track and score their first try. And it's a lovely darting run down this near side. There's the support coming in from Edwardians. They'll come away for the breakdown, but very narrow. Just one player in the wide channels, searching for possession. Still Edwardians come away with it. And finally, they do reach the wide channels. Good fend to get away from the first defender. And there's a race now in the corner, and the Edwardians will have their first try. And their local supporters up in raptures with that great score. And the Edwardians have their first try of the day. A lovely finish. That player who scored was screaming at her teammates to spread it wide, and when they finally did, it was a lovely handoff to dart into the corner. Now the Edwardians will look to add the extras. And the conversion's good. You're allowed to kick it out of hand at this level of the competition. So 15-7 the score. Have another look at this try. They were very narrow, the Edwardians. They had one player screaming for it in the wide channel. And when she finally got the ball out wide, well held, big fend, good pace to reach the corner. So a lovely score. And old Edwardians are back in the game. 15-7 they currently trail. Two more scores required as they will kick off. Up they come, the Edwardians, as they'll kick us off here. And it's finds grass, a loose collection off the kickoff, so it will be a scrum the Edwardians' way. In this second half, momentum just starting to swing in their direction.
If you'd like to watch any replays of any matches played on OBS today, they're on the NextGenXV YouTube channel. We're delighted that NextGen have come along to commentate and film the matches on OBS today.
Edwardians feed the scrum. It's clean ball for them to play with. Just spilled at first receiver, and that's an unfortunate end to their attacking set. Lutterworth will have the feed of this next scrum. The game is finally in the balance with 4 minutes to go. The next try will be crucial. Lutterworth extend their advantage from here, but it's been a turnover at the scrum, and Edwardians go darting down the short side. They break through the first tackle, and now they change their line of running up to the 22, but the offload's just intercepted. Clever work from Lutterworth. There was no offside line, so they've turned it over. And there's some hands in the ruck there, so I believe it'll be a penalty for Lutterworth, who can exit from their 22. Well, it was almost a big moment there for the Edwardians, but unfortunately that offload just couldn't find a supporting player. Lutterworth tap and go from their 22. Breaking through tackles, brought down inside the 15. Great pick and go from the base, and now they could be on in the wide channels, a little bit of space. Good tackle from the Edwardians once more. It's loose, the ball is out at the breakdown, but it's a penalty yet again against the Edwardians for hands on the floor, I believe, this time. And once more, Lutterworth will look to build an attacking set. They do hold a 15-7 advantage in the closing stages as they tap and pass into the wide channels. Great offload inside, freeing up the hands, and once again Lutterworth are free, and they go darting down this short side. There's a race onto the line. There's players back for Edwardians, but Lutterworth brush off the first tackle. Up to the 22. Pick and go at the base. That pass just goes behind any player, so play a little bit loose now. And tired bodies on the field for both sides. Edwardians pick and go, and over the breakdown go Lutterworth. hunting for it on the floor. Eventually comes the way of the Edwardians, who have a penalty advantage to play with as they look to assess their options inside the 22. That offload just knocked on. So in the end, it's a scrum down for Lutterworth, and a bit of pace has just been taken out of the game. Perhaps some tired bodies on field for both sides as we come towards the latter stages of this competition. And Lutterworth ring in the changes. Scrum for the green and red, looking to extend their 15-7 advantage. A try here you think might just kill the game and see them in a more promising position going into the final game in this group, which will be live here. Up next with Next Gen at Rugby School for the Warwickshire under-14 sevens, and the scrum has come the Edwardians' way. A good turnover as they look to reach an edge. But the ball from the breakdown comes Lutterworth's way, and it's a penalty for Lutterworth. Once again, Edwardians penalised at the breakdown. And Lutterworth have another opportunity when they've spurned so many in these last few phases, as they run it hard up to the past the gain line. Lutterworth secure possession at the breakdown. They pick and go at 9 once more. Turnover goes Edwardians' way now. Neither side able to hold on to possession at the breakdown. Good pressure from Lutterworth, pulling in the tackles in and around the breakdown. Neither side able to spread the ball wide. It's a real cluster of bodies there, and eventually the penalty goes the Edwardians' way. Edwardians to tap from inside their 22. And a good pass there into the wide channels. There's the offload, goes behind any Edwardian player, but they clean up well, and now they look to inject some pace into the attack. Wrapped up by Lutterworth. Well, we're in final phase here, and Lutterworth have turned it over, and they could look to kill the game in this final phase of play. Just spilled. Forward pass is the call, and that'll bring an end to the game. A huge win for Lutterworth, their first of the day, an important result for them. This group is finally in the balance, with both these sides settling for the one win across the group stage. Well, this group will be decided in our next game here, live with Next Gen at the Warwickshire under-14 sevens competition, hosted by Rugby School. It's Next Gen bringing you all the action here, as you can call over the tannoy if you'd like to rewatch any of these games. All of the action is on our YouTube channel, which you must have reached to be hearing my voice. A great win for Lutterworth over the Edwardians. But up next, it's Barker Butts against Mansfield here on pitch 1 to decide how this group will finish as we progress through to the Cup semi-finals. The final round of group fixtures is live next here at the Warwickshire under-14 sevens, hosted by Rugby School.
Turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Well, this is the big game between Mansfield and Barker Butts. It's the decider who will top this group. Both of these sides are already through, and this could be a perfect start of the game for Barker's Butts, who are flying away to score. Well, it's a perfect start. Mansfield go behind in these early stages. Apologies for you, that's a try for Mansfield, a great score for them. This is the first time we've had them on pitch one. And these club sides, unbeknownst to us on Next Gen, so used to covering schools rugby, but we're delighted to be bringing you some action from the real grassroots of the game. A great opening score for Mansfield, who at the moment will top this group. So with Lutterworth's win in the last game, they will still finish third, but they will be progressing as a top-seeded side through to the plate competition. But Mansfield will kick us off following their opening try. Just bounces off the leg of Barker Butts' player. Offload off the floor. Lovely step inside. Through the first round of tackles they go. Looking a little bit narrow, this well-supported Barker Butts side. Good counter up by Mansfield, but Barker Butts still in possession. Lovely offload once more. Very narrow play from Barker Butts, but they are making yardage with this great, powerful running. They're a physical side, Barker Butts, and that offload just hasn't gone to hand, so turnover that'll go Mansfield's way. A good attacking set from the yellow and blue, but Mansfield come away with it at the scrum, just shy of the halfway line. Well, in Pool 1, Reading have managed to beat the Foss Falcons, so Reading will top that group. Foss Falcons finish in second place. Old Northamptonians, with their losing bonus point, will finish third, regardless of the result with Stoke Park. But I believe Old Northamptonians are racking up a big win over there so far. But Mansfield come away with it at the breakdown over in Pool B. They're up to the halfway, dragged down well by Barker Butts, who are defending a little bit narrow here, so it could be on in the wide channel as Mansfield can spread it wide. Good work to draw and give the opposition. Lateral running from Mansfield. Still in possession. Once again, they look to stretch the defence. There's a few holes in this Barker Butts back line, but that's a massive tackle and stripped in contact. But a huge tackle by Mansfield, a little bit high, so Barker Butts will tap and go from this penalty. The player is down injured following that contact, so we'll have a small break in play. Yeah, just a hint of a high tackle there. Good control by the referee. Barker Butts player tapped and went from the penalty, but the referee called it back for the injured player. So, following results elsewhere, the winner of this game will avoid the very talented Reading side and instead play a equally very impressive Foss Falcons side in the semi-final there. The loser of this game will have to take on the green and white of Reading, who have looked very impressive overall. There's plenty more action to come for you before then. After this game, we have the boys' semi-final in the under-14 competition. Queen Mary's High School topped that group, with North Warwickshire finishing second, so one of them will be in action live next on the main pitch as Barker Butts come driving forward from the tap penalty. And they've got good attacking shape here, but they take it to the line. Some great physical collisions coming in across this game. Once again, narrow attack from Barker Butts, but great turn out of the contact. They're making good yards here. It's very well supported Barker Butts side. And now they take it to edge with this lateral running, but they're past the first defender, and Barker Butts could be away in the corner. What a tackle by Mansfield, and it may have been turned over at the breakdown as well, but it's a penalty for Barker Butts instead. Well, that was a huge tackle in the corner, a try-saving tackle, but Barker Butts have tapped quickly and they take it to the line, they draw and give. Pass is just through the hands but backwards, so Barker Butts will rebuild. They come to the short side. Lovely step inside. Another huge tackle from Mansfield. They're defending valiantly well, but they could be out of numbers here on this left-hand side. Direct running once again, but still on the 22. Barker Butts are held. There's a lovely pass out to the left-hand side. Drawing in the numbers, but looking a bit narrow here, and that's just been spilled, but only backwards. So still Barker Butts will play. Brushing off the first defender. Dragged down once again on the 22. Impressive defence from Mansfield. And this time it's picked by the short side, and Barker Butts have caught Mansfield unaware. Another huge tackle. The ball is loose. Still Barker Butts have it. Building. Now they're inside the 22, and there are numbers up on this left-hand side, but they're dragged in contact instead. They must use it here. Dragged up by Mansfield. Good defence from them. Oh, what a phase of attacking rugby we have for you here. Just not enough width for Barker Butts, and this is a loose pass, but be well gathered. And now there are no one in that wide channel, so there's a huge tackle by Mansfield. Great line speed to deny Barker Butts, and they've forced a turnover from the counter-ruck, and Mansfield could be away here. Kicked in behind, and the chase is on, and Mansfield might win it. And after this breathless attacking play, it will be gathered by Mansfield as they kick it forward once again. It'll pop up here for them. What a try. And after all that Barker Butts pressure, they just couldn't use the width. And following that turnover, really impressive play from Mansfield. Just a bit more clinical than Barker Butts. That's all that separates the sides. And Mansfield will double their advantage. No luck from the conversion, but still they maintain a 2-try advantage. And following our longest consistent set of play, that'll be half-time here. A thrilling half of rugby where Mansfield have scored at the beginning and the end of the half, sandwiched between some long sustained Barker Butts pressure, but they couldn't make it count. So they currently trail by 2-0 at half-time. We'll be live back with Next Gen very shortly for the second half here, as Barker Butts look to capitalise off some attacking possession in the second half. Well, there's a big second half of rugby for you here to decide the outcome of our upcoming semi-finals. The winner of this game will avoid the impressive Reading side and instead face the Foss Falcons, which is no easy task. But currently it's Mansfield who lead by 10, despite Barker Butt's sustained pressure inside the Mansfield 22. They couldn't make it count. But a big second half still remaining. 7 minutes for Barker Butts to turn it around against a clinical Mansfield side. Couple of changes made for both sides as we come into the second half. Mansfield to kick off here. Barker Butts well claimed off the kickoff, and Barker Butts take it to the wide channels right away. Lovely covering tackle from Mansfield's number 2, who's been great in defence, and they look to turn it over at the ruck. But Barker Butts come away with it. Great footwork to beat the first defender. But there's a player down, so we'll have a break in play. So yes, I was discussing what's next for us here on the main pitch. Semi-final of the boys' competition is up next. So in the two semi-finals, Queen Mary's High School take on Higham Lane, while North Warwickshire Barbarians take on Bishop's Vasey. South Warwickshire will be up against Stoke Park School in the 5th-6th playoff. That'll happen later on. And the semi-finals will be decided here in the women's competition if Barker Butts can turn it round. If not, they'll still be in the semi-final. Both these sides had 2 commanding victories in the earlier stage of the day. But just a player leaving the field, so changes made once more for Barker Butts. It'll be a scrum in their favour to start the game, following that injured player. Barker Butts to feed this scrum, currently trail by 10 to Mansfield. And the scrum heavily contested. It pops out Mansfield's way, but out of the side. So another opportunity for Barker Butts to play with ball in hand. A bit of energy is just lost from this game as we've had a bit of a break. We'll see who can inject some pace back into the fixture. It looks like Mansfield who are driving at the scrum, but Barker Butts come away with it. And lateral running, who look to take it wide. This is great pace in the wide channels. And Barker Butts could go all the way here. Oh, it's a lovely covering tackle. Oh, and skipping through the contact though. Barker Butts have the try. A valiant effort from Mansfield to bring her down, but try scored by Barker Butts, who find themselves back in the game in the early stage of this second half. A big moment for Barker Butts, who will top the group if they can turn this round. Mansfield currently on top. It's a great conversion. Oh, not given, says the referee, just wide of the post. Certainly looked impressive from here, but just wide. And yeah, this is a lovely solo score. Just lateral running, but great pace. 2 defenders so close to bringing her down. There's the first. Great power to drive through the contact. So Barker Butts will kick off as well. They'll be in need of possession. They still trail by 5. This game is certainly not over, however. Just one score in it with over 4 minutes to go. Barker Butts with the kickoff. It's a short kickoff gathered by Mansfield, who have scored from the very first kickoff they received in this game. There's good offload through the contact, good physical contest there, and over the ball, Barker Butts, but Mansfield come away with it. close to a turnover there, but now they might find themselves short of numbers in the wide channel. Mansfield goes skipping away here. There's a race to the line that Mansfield will win. They will score another right from kickoff, as they did at the very start of the first half. A big moment in this game as Mansfield re-establish their 10-point advantage. Wide conversion. And now Mansfield, 3 tries to 1 they lead. Once again, it's just pure pace on the outside channel. They used up the numbers. Barker Butts trying to compete at that ruck. Got very close, but not close enough to turning it over. Mansfield score another. Claimed well off the kickoff by Barker Butts, who take it to the line off first phase. It's on wide if they can use the wide channels. They've got numbers up, but it's contact again. Good line speed from Mansfield. And once again, they pick from the base, hunting for the space in the wide channels. Could be another lung-busting try here. A huge tackle by Mansfield. And they've stripped it at the breakdown as well. But it will be a line out in favour of Barker Butts, so they're still in the game here. Just a touch over 2 minutes to go here, and they'll have an uncontested line out to form this attacking set. Barker Butts have it at first receiver. They spread it wide through the hands this time. Mansfield have good coverage in the wide channel, and that's a huge tackle, and they've turned it over. What a big moment this could be. They've defended with such ferociousness, Mansfield, and that's what's really separated the sides here. They've also been very clinical with ball in hand, and we'll see if they can carve out another opportunity. Great fend. Oh, and suddenly Mansfield could be away. There's no one in the backfield. It's a race to the line here that Mansfield will win. And they may have just killed off this game. And they'll take their time. There's no need for to place the ball down as Mansfield look to see off this game. They dot it down with a minute to go here. And at 4 tries to 1, this game could be over. Huge result for Mansfield. If it stays this way. Great effort with the conversion as well, and that will be it. And the final score will be 22-5 in favour of the blue and white of Mansfield, who will face who will avoid, the promising Reading side. That'll be the semi-final. Barker Butts just didn't have enough in the end to overcome the impressive Mansfield under-14 side. So it's all decided then. The semi-finals are coming up for you live here on Next Gen at Rugby School's hosting of the Warwickshire under-14 Sevens Festival. Semi-finals to come here live with Next Gen. They'll be here on pitch 1 very shortly.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Well, hello and welcome back to Old Big Side. And we are at the semi-final stage. You may have noticed that I am not Wilf. He's having a little bit of lunch. I'm Angus Savage. And we're at the semi-final stage of the boys' competition. Higham Lane up against Queen Mary's. Queen Mary's had a nice victory against North Warwickshire and then a fantastic victory over Stoke Park. Higham Lane, well, they went down against Bishop Vasey's, but they came bouncing back with a superb victory against South Warwickshire. And so, which of these two teams will make it through to the final? We will find out in 14 short minutes. As Higham Lane get things started at offload, just bundling out into touch. And so Queen Mary's, in fact, they're going to play a tap just in field. On they go. Oh, surging run. Queen Mary's, that's fantastic running. On they go, the offload away. We've seen a few tries from this man already. Could we see another? Defence comes up well on him. There's a little bit of space out on the left-hand side. If that ball could have just gone to hand. And now the big hack through, and now it's a foot race the other way. Electric start here to this semi-final. Queen Mary's just dancing around now, waiting, looking for a bit of space. Could there be a little bit on this right-hand side? Takes it into contact, offloads off the deck. Ball just spilled, but goes backwards. Ripped clear now by Higham Lane. Or is it? Not quite. Referee says that's a penalty to Queen Mary's. They go fast. Helter-skelter opening to this semi-final, and there's that fast-running man through the midfield. Queen Mary's right on the ragged edge here of bursting through. They go to the short side again, and it's a foot race into the corner. Is he going to get away? No, he's just scragged brilliantly. Oh, what defensive work from Higham Lane. And now they go over and steal the ball. Two key defensive efforts. And Higham Lane survive. Oh, anything could have happened there. And they thump the ball clear. beyond the 22. And Higham Lane survive. Both sides just trying to work out their numbers at that line out. And we're back underway. Higham Lane in possession. Ball bobbles but regathered. Queen Mary's making life very difficult on the floor there. So difficult, in fact, that they turn the ball over. And now they're looking out to this left-hand side. Is there a little bit of space? He's going to go on the big arcing run across the corner. And Queen Mary's early pressure is rewarded with a try. And do you think he knows the cameras are pointing at him? I think he might just. Blowing kisses to the camera. A superb start from Queen Mary's. Conversion as well. And Queen Mary's have a 7-0 lead. We see the replay there. Went on that big arcing angle. And then cue the celebrations. Queen Mary's have ripped the ball clear. Straight from the kickoff as well. Some start. And the boys in blue. That one just in touch. So we'll have a line out to Higham Lane. Big looping pass out to the right-hand side. Defensive cover is there, but he's evaded the first tackle. Scythed down by the second, and then recovering are Queen Mary's to regather the ball. Through the middle now, go Higham Lane. And a second try for Queen Mary's, almost out of nothing. And once again, we've got a extraordinary. Well, he is loving life out there. Is the young man from Queen Mary's. 2 tries. 2 special tries as well, and 2 very special celebrations. Higham Lane, what can they do about this then? 2 tries down in this semi-final. About a minute short of half-time, and Queen Mary's have turned the ball over again. Working forwards they go. Out to this right-hand side, is there some space? Cuts back inside, cuts in again. Oh, it is going to be a 3rd try for Queen Mary's. 3 tries. Loving life here on old big side. Oh, Queen Mary's, and that man in particular. Here he goes again. Well, you could say playing to the camera, but when you're scoring tries for fun, There's no playing whatsoever. He is loving it out there. And so are his team. Queen Mary's take a 21-0 lead against Higham Lane into half-time here in this semi-final of the Warwickshire Under-14 Sevens Festival here at Rugby School. All part of the 200-year celebrations of the game of rugby football here, where that game was born. And on the close, this famous patch of land that inspired the game that we all come together for now. Half-time then, and Queen Mary's lead in this semi-final against Higham Lane, 21 points to 0. Back again then for the second half of this boys semi-final. Up next, by the way, we move across to the girls semi-finals, and here on Old Big Side we'll have Barker's Butts against Reading. Two sides that have gone well in the morning section of the competition. Currently though, it's the boys semi-finals. Higham Lane against Queen Mary's on this pitch, and on the far side on Pontines, you may see it in the background occasionally, Bishop Vasey's against North Warwickshire. Here on Old Big Side, Queen Mary's in possession now in the blue shirts, playing from right to left, are leading 21 points to 0, and that man with the ball in hand is having some kind of a semi-final. Scoring tries for fun, making ground here for fun as well. It's good defensive work though from Higham Lane. The tackle and the turnover both made successfully. Just tackled into touch there though. Well, Higham Lane, so Queen Mary's will have the throw into this line out. Uncontested, remember, at under 14s level. Few tired bodies out there. Queen Mary's have rung the changes, but the changes have not upset the rhythm of this team at all. A fourth score. Underneath the post they go. This is some semi-final performance. It's their coach applauds them from the sidelines. Good boys, keep it going. And I'll tell you what, they have kept going and going and going. They work down the right-hand side. Good handling out into the middle of the field, and it's just that half a dummy, and the space just opens up in front of him to go charging through. Queen Mary's send a skidding kick from the restart, which forces Higham Lane to try and play out from their own 22, but they're going to find a way to do that, are they? One-on-one with a sweeper at the back of Higham Lane. The big Fen comes in, Defence comes back. He tries to get the offload out the back. It's just gone forward. Referee, I don't think has spotted that. So we'll carry on playing. Why not? Let's reward ambitious skill. Hey, and it's a penalty, Queen Mary's in the end. Oh, a glorious break, though, from Higham Lane. And they're going to go quick from this penalty, and there's a bit of space out here. A little half a goose step. And Queen Mary's are going to be in for a 5th try here. Cover tackle's going to force him into the corner, but nothing is going to stop him from scoring the try there. Electric play from Queen Mary's. An outstanding semi-final performance, this. His teammates imploring him to celebrate, but he knows there's a job to be done yet. We see the replay. They go quickly, and it's clever play. This just draws the final man and then gives. And look at that little hitch kick. And no one is catching him from there. Some sort of try. 35-0 they lead. Queen Mary's there are almost getting the restart underway with just 6 players on the field, but they've got themselves back up to 7. Higham Lane then, couple of minutes left. Can they get themselves on the scoreboard in this semi-final at least? Their play throughout the day deserves that. Scragged into touch there though, and it's going to hand possession back to Queen Mary's. Queen Mary's exploring that right-hand channel, getting the offload away, but it's seized upon by Higham Lane. The big hack through, and another. It's a foot race now. How's the ball going to sit? Player thinks he's been pulled back. He's not been. Or has he been? The referee, he's blown his whistle. A decision to make here. What way is it going to go? I think we're going to be going back for the penalty for the pullback. They've got an injury on the field as well, which is just going to delay things somewhat. Over on the other pitch, looks to me as though Bishop Vasey's are winning 21 points to 7 against North Warwickshire. I'll see if I can get some confirmation of that. But that would suggest that we are heading towards, unless something extraordinary happens on both pitches, a boys' final to finish the day of Queen Mary's against Bishop Vasey's. Player is help from the field, be underway again very shortly. It's a real shame to lose him. Putting a sterling effort throughout the day's play. Back underway then. About a minute left to play. Higham Lane, and in particular this man, have had their moments, but that one's just spilled through contact. So Queen Mary's give it the big old heave-ho downfield. Tidied up by Higham Lane. There could be space on this left-hand side if he can force his way into it. He's certainly pinning his ears back and having a go. Tries a little goose step, gets away, does he? Still going down the left-hand side. He's just gathered in. What sort of speed can Higham Lane get on this ball? It's been slowed up and I think taken into touch. And we are going to have a restart here. Queen Mary's just thumped that one long. It's been another score on the far pitch, by the way. North Warwickshire closed that to 14-21, hanging in the balance then on that other pitch. As Higham Lane look to see if they can finish off with a flourish here. By our clock, we're in the red, but remember, ours just a guide. The referee, the sole arbiter of time, and Higham Lane have a penalty. The game, either way, probably gone. In fact, the game is gone. Referee blows his final whistle, and Queen Mary's are into the final with a quite stunning 35-0 victory over Higham Lane. Will they be playing Bishop Vasey's, or will they be playing North Warwickshire? Well, we will find out very soon. As it stands, Bishop Vasey's are in the lead, but there is time yet on the clock over there on Pontines. A stunning performance that from Queen Mary's. Semi-final performance to be proud of. And after they are loving their time on the live stream, these Queen Mary's boys. And up next, here on Old Big Side, it's the girls' semi-final. It'll be Barker's Butts against Reading. We just wait for those two teams to come out for that one. Wilf Kemsley will be back to guide you through that girls' semi-final. He's had his lunch, a very tasty pasty it looked like as well. There's a few burnt tongues around the grounds of the close here today. Those pasties piping hot, just as you want them. And it looks as though it's finished up on that far pitch. In fact, it looks as though North Warwickshire might have an opportunity over there to level it up. They've just scored a try, 2 points behind. They've earned the conversion. It's a 21-all draw over there. Now, I'm not sure what happens if there's a draw in these semi-finals. But I guess we will soon find out. Queen Mary's then, with a bit of a wait to see who it is that they'll be playing in that final. But all finishes up here in that boys' semi-final. Queen Mary's 35, Higham Lane 0. Up next, it's the girls' semi-final, Reading against Barker Butts.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Well, it's a huge semi-final for us here in the women's competition here at the Under-14 Warwickshire Sevens Festival. It's Reading who have put the sword to anyone they've come across so far today, up against the very well-supported Berk side. Barker Butts up against Reading. Reading will kick us off in the green and white. Barker Butts playing from left to right in the blue and yellow stripe. Two lovely kits as well on show. And these are club sides. And that kick from Reading has just skipped all the way through the Barker Butts defence. But back they come, driving up to the 22, and it's a good offload as they take it to the short side. It's ferocious defending once again from Reading's number 11, who's been very impressive today in her defensive acumen. Barker Butts build from inside their own half, which is dangerous against this Reading side, who are so clinical to punish any mistakes. And there's a little knock on at the base there, so a great start for Reading. It'll be a scrum for them just on the 22. Over on the other semi-final, Mansfield take on the old Northamptonians, who just about knocked out the Foss Falcons on points difference there. I was so certain they were going to make it through to the cup. Great work from old Northamptonians. Foss Falcons, favourites for the plate, you imagine, as Reading come away with it at the scrum. It's in the hands of their talented number 11, who looks to hair away from Barker Butts players. Oh, and look at the wheels in that wide channel. Just comes up short. Great work to play the ball back. And then it's picked up from the base well, and that will be the try. Great clinical stuff from Reading once again, as they look to dominate this competition, as they have all morning. They've been so impressive, and they've drawn first blood here in this semi-final. Barker Butts, who just couldn't overcome Mansfield in that final group game, which you saw here live on the pitch one at Rugby School. Over another field, Mansfield have taken the lead against old Northamptonians. So Reading-Mansfield final is definitely on the card. Still plenty of time for both sides to get back in the game. Great fend in the wide channels. Lovely pace, very talented winger that Reading have on their hands. Excellent. No all just to place the ball back. And then at first receiver, lovely little step round the first defender. Reading have scored, and they will kick off once more. Trying to put Mansfield under pressure. It's a testing kick that just finds some green grass, but gathered well by Barker Butts, and now they'll take it into the wide channel. Patient play to pull it back inside, but the ball just went forward there. And good defence from Reading has once again forced a turnover. Well, scrum down for Reading then in the early stages of this first half. as they look to double their advantage from this attacking set. Scrum comes Reading's way. Good pressure from the Barker Butts, number 9. And it's just about regathered by Reading, who do well to flick it off the floor. And there could be numbers up on this left-hand side. Cutting inside is their number 11. Great step. And here is the try to double Reading's advantage. A wonderful score. Great footwork. A wonderful finish. A well-deserved try. Very impressive young player. A great score, and Barker Butts now trail by 10. Conversion added, so let's have a look at this try. It looked like the attack was over here. Some great pressure by Barker Butts, and they did so well just to flick the ball up off the floor, use the wide channel well. And then you think she might be going for the lung-busting cut into the wide channels. Little step back across the grain. Beats 2 defenders with the step. Lovely score. And Reading picking things up exactly where they left off at the end of their group with another dominant performance. Barker's Butt, as of yet, just unable to break out of their own half here. And once again, Reading put the pressure on. Barker Butts have possession inside the 22. They take it hard to the line. Great contact through the tackle, but valiant defending once again from Reading. And there's the counter ruck as well, and Reading will come away with it. Stripped in contact, but still Reading will play. Lovely pass into the wide channel now. Reading cut back across the grain. Great leg drive up to the 5 metre. Flicked off the floor as well. Another great offload. And Reading have a third. And in this first half, they're just starting to run away with things here. A wonderful start for the green and white, who have been putting in fine performances all morning here at Rugby School. And in the semi-final of this under-14 Warwickshire Sevens, they lead by 3 tries and 17 unanswered points. Mansfield have doubled their advantage over on Pontines as well. They lead by 2 tries to 0. Over here, Reading have an even more commanding lead, but there's still plenty of time. 2 minutes to go in this first half. And Reading have the option to kick deep if they want to, but this time they go short. Just spilled, but only backwards. And Reading put the pressure on as they go piling over the ball, but it comes the way of Barker Butts. Through the hands they go. All the way into the wide channels. Well gathered, that pass just went behind, and now they go darting away for the corner. But once again, Reading's number 11 is herring after the Barker Butts wide player. Great footwork, but well tackled again. This is a strong Reading defence. Good offload in the contact. Always backwards from Barker Butts as they flick the ball wide. Reading are still piling on the pressure, and they go diving over the ball, and they've won possession, and right away they'll go steaming in for yet another try. Opportunistic sevens from the Reading side, who just pounced on the mistake. And as this first half comes to a close, they lead by 4 tries. Well, this is another commanding performance. We saw a dominant semi-final performance from Queen Mary's. And perhaps another one is unfolding here as Reading lead by 4 tries to 0. And now they look to add the extras. Good conversion. Creative little chip for the extra 2, but this is just good pressure from Reading. They're great defending. No missed tackles from this Reading side, and as the ball goes loose, Reading's number 13 goes herring after it, dives on the ball, flicks it up for their number 11. 2 talented players create that try for Reading, who lead by 24 unanswered points in this first half. This is the final play of said first half. Another short kick. Well gathered this time by Barker Butts, but tackled at the first. Into the wide channels they go. That pass has just not gone to hand. Great pressure from Reading yet again. But Barker Butts free up the hands well. Good footwork up to the 15. Reading go hunting for it in the breakdown, but there's hands in there, so it'll be a penalty to end this first half. And Barker Butts tap and go here. Another penalty advantage coming the way of Barker Butts, but they'll look to play wide. Dragging in two defenders. Lots of green grass for them to play into in that wide channel. And running laterally there to find the width, but Reading go herring after it. It's another huge tackle by who else but Reading's number 11. And they've turned it over at the breakdown as well. Penalty for not releasing. Tapped quickly by Reading. Lovely change of direction. Reading are through the tackles again. This could be a fifth. This could kill the game early in the first half. And right at the end of the first 7 minutes, Reading have a fifth. And it's another excellent score. Once again, Reading just pounce on them. Any mistake you make as a 7 side, and with those reduced numbers on the field, there's nothing that could be done once Reading are in behind. Lovely footwork to race away from the on-rushing defenders. And a lovely score. Another clean conversion. So at half-time here, well into extra time of half-time, it'll be a commanding 31-0 lead for Reading from the tap penalty. Good little step off the left foot to break through the line. And at half-time here in this under-14 women's semi-final, Reading currently lead Barker Butts by a commanding 31 unanswered points. We'll be back very shortly for the second half here, live on the main pitch at Rugby School in the Warwickshire under-14 sevens competition. Well, there's still 7 minutes to play here in this Cup semi-final between Barker Butts and Reading, but Reading hold a commanding 31-0 lead. You'll see in the background there that Mansfield also lead Old Northamptonians by 21 unanswered points. So that well could be the final, and if you ask anyone who's been here today, that's a well-deserved final between two talented sides. That'll be a great game. Perhaps Readings are the favourite in that match, but we'll have to wait and see. We've got plate semi-final action next, as Reading could go steaming away here right at the very start. There's 5 players hurtling after her, but Reading's number 14 might go all the way. And this is the perfect start to the second half for the green and white of Reading. A lovely score, great solo rugby following that kick-off. And Reading are running away with it. 6 tries for Reading. Simple rugby, just good hands, great pace to spot the gap, and then good power to brush off the tackles. Reading lead by 36 in the early stages of this second half. Great wheels from number 14, and that's a very testing kickoff from Reading. Well taken by the blue and yellow of Parker Butts, but it was spilled, so Reading play away with it. That's a lovely offload through the contact, and they keep the ball alive excellently well. And Reading could be away on this left-hand side, but a great tackle. So knock-on advantage now for Parker Butts. The first time they've had ball in hand in their second half. That pass just doesn't go to hand, but backwards. Another physical contact. It's a penalty for a high tackle. Seatbelt tackle there from Reading. So a good set play for Parker Butts to exit from their own half. Direct running to take it to the line, drawing and giving the pass. And Parker Butts over the gain line, just short of the 15. Reading have turned it over at the breakdown, but it was a knock-on at the base. So scrum for Parker Butts, who retained possession inside the 15. Now this game might be over, as maybe the game on pitch 2, where Mansfield are really running away from it now. But there's plenty more rugby to be played here at this under-14 competition. A great advert for the game beyond the high fences of private education in this country. Wonderful to see rugby acknowledging that and continuing to support the development of the game at all levels and age groups, with plenty more tournaments coming up for the under-9s, under-12s in this very competition. Huge tackle coming in from Reading, but Parker Butts still doing well to recycle possession. Once again, Reading pile on the pressure, and this time they strip the ball in contact. Cutting back against the grain, Reading may well have another. Lovely offload, surely now for Reading. Another score. And this is a commanding performance. A very talented rugby side, this under-14 Reading team. Piling on the points now against an impressive Parker Butts side, who have done well to make it to this stage of the competition. Reading really just showing how clinical they are, piling on the pressure in defence, keeping Parker Butts penned into their 22. And then when the turnover was made, lovely cut inside. Good decision to offload as well. Good finish in the end. There's a Parker Butts player down injured at the moment, so small break in play. Well, we can discuss what's next. Plate semi-final between Foss Falcons and Edwardian RFC is over on Pontine. So we have the other plate final here, Lutterworth against Stoke Park School. These are the 4 sides that finished in the bottom 2. Foss Falcons really unlucky, really, to just miss out on Cup Rugby. So they'll take on Edwardian, who finished just behind Lutterworth in their group, following Lutterworth's 15-0 victory. They face a Stoke Park School looking for their first win. Stoke Park School, this time their boys' side, are in action in the plate final against South Warwickshire Barbarians. That'll take place also here on Old Big Field, the main pitch at Rugby School, on the close, where the game first began. So wonderful for these players to take part in a competition on these historic grounds. About 3 minutes to go here. Reading will get us back underway. A very contestable kickoff. Bounces unkindly for Parker Butts. And at the breakdown, it's been spilled. And once more, Reading will have a great attack opportunity to extend their already commanding advantage. Scrum then for Reading. Look to pile on the points in this very impressive performance. It pops out the side of the green and white as they look to go wide off first phase. Just spilt there, but backwards, says the referee. And now Reading injects some pace into the attack. The number 5 spots a hole and goes herring into it for another score. A lovely finish as Reading look to add the extras, and they do. 2 minutes to go. 48-0 now they lead in this semi-final. A very commanding performance, just clinical. Every time the ball's turned over, or from this case, from the set piece, took them only 2 phases really. Score another. That's 8 tries now. Such a high scoring, impressive team. Mansfield are through to the cup final as well on the other pitch. So Reading know who their opponents will be. That'll be a monumental crash over on Pontines. At the same time as the Boys Cup final over here on OBS. Well, great news. The Girls' Cup final will be here on OBS, as the announcer has just announced. So we'll get to see this talented Reading side in action once more. That's a huge hit to turn over possession. Reading will take on Mansfield in that game at 2:40, according to our overlord on the tannoy. Great pace once more to take it to the line. Lovely offload through the contact, and Reading will score another. Textbook sevens from the green and white. They are a very impressive 7 side. And Mansfield will be watching in this performance with a couple of nerves shooting up their spine. Even if their commanding 35-0 performance looks great over on Pontines, this is a damaging 55-0 win. And this, the final play, becomes 57. The semi-final is over. Reading have failed to put a foot wrong in this game. They've been so clinical, so impressive, so powerful and direct with their running. And they've just recycled the ball better than anyone else here today. Lovely offload play for this final try. And it's a summation of their performance. In the end, it's 57-0. They have beaten Barker Butts. A very impressive defence. A big part of it as they leave the field. Well, that'll be the end of their run in the competition, but they look forward to a final against Mansfield coming up. Up next, however, plate semi-final, I believe. Lutterworth up against Stoke Park School. Live here with Next Gen at Rugby School for the under-14 Warwickshire Sevens competition. Well, the action continues here from the main pitch at Rugby School in the under-14s Warwickshire Sevens competition. This is one of the two plate semi-finals. Stoke Park up against Lutterworth. And that kickoff goes short. No one's too sure what to do with it. Stoke Park say, let's get on with it. And breaking through the contacts really well as they're up to halfway. Over on Pontines as Lutterworth strip it in the contact. The Foss Falcons already lead by 7 over Edwardians. So Lutterworth here fighting for a place in the plate final, which will be over on Pontines. Very shortly as Stoke Park could cut through the gap here, and what a run this would be. What a start this would be. Lutterworth go hunting after possession. But it's a lovely score and a great start to the game for Stoke Park School. A gap just opened up there after a loose bit of play. They went charging through to finish. A great start for Stoke Park School up against Lutterworth, who beat the Edwardians, of course, on OBS to get through to this draw. That's that conversion just off the base of the bar, so no 2 points added, but 5 points for Stoke Park School. It's good hustle from Stoke Park to gather possession, and when it finally broke, there was a little hole for the number 4 to go galloping through. Just about had the pace and the power to finish off the try. As the Stoke Park boys side watch on in support of their female counterparts. Stoke Park will get us back underway. Just grab it along the floor there, difficult for anyone to pick up. Gathered by Lutterworth, big contact at the first, and it could be a turnover on the floor here. Lutterworth and Stoke Park just grappling for possession. It comes the way of the red and green. But in the end, it's a penalty for a bit of high contact there, so Lutterworth will play away. Stoke Park just a little bit late to organise themselves here, so away go Lutterworth. Winding run through the first round of tackles and then a huge hit, and Stoke Park come away with it. Stoke Park School, there's lovely leg drive to break through the contact. Oh, this is great work from Stoke Park School, up past the 15. Good counter-ruck from Lutterworth. And they'll come away with it, Lutterworth, breaking through the first contact yet again. This game really is twisting and turning, and this time Lutterworth come forward. A huge hit in the wide channel by the Stoke Park number 10, who's straight to the aid of the player that she hit in the touch. Oh, that was a huge contact. We've been seeing those all day from Stoke Park's number 10. Massive covering tackles, and there's another one. Lovely to see that she was straight to the aid of her opposite player. But the game will continue with a Stoke Park line-out. Uncontested ball for them to play with, just inside the 10-metre line. We look ahead, of course, to that cup final, the Girls' Cup final. Mansfield up against the very impressive Reading. But the plate is still yet to be decided, and it's been claimed well in the air by Stoke Park. The ball is loose at the base of the line out, gathered well by Stoke Park once more. That's a forward pass, however. So it will be a turnover. Well, there's a cut back inside from the breakdown that Lutterworth have won from the scrum. Stoke Park go fishing for it. Hands in the ruck there, I believe, was the call. So a penalty does go the way of Lutterworth. You still trail by 5. And not 10, so penalty advantage for Lutterworth as they take it back down the short side, bursting through the tackles. Great pace to take it to the line. Another massive covering tackle by Stoke Park, and ripped at the line out. At the breakdown, sorry, so away comes Stoke Park. Offload off the floor that Lutterworth looked to steal. Lutterworth have stolen it, and then they will dive in. That's a huge covering tackle, but a score for Lutterworth. Opportunistic turnover from them as they gallop in for their first try. And Lutterworth have equalised it 5 minutes into this first half. Well, it was almost excellent play from Stoke Park School to turn it over, but then following the turnover, they just ran out of numbers, having scrambled so well defensively. So Lutterworth regained possession, sauntered in. No luck from the conversion, so the score remains 5 apiece. There's a great break, a lovely steal, but then Stoke Park just ran out of numbers as they were all scrambling back to defend. Lutterworth the quickest to react. A good turnover. And once they passed away from contact, it was great work to drive through the last 2 tackles. Lutterworth to kick off then as the scores remain 5 apiece. Foss Falcons have doubled their advantage on the other pitch against Edwardians as Lutterworth pile on the pressure from this kick-off. Eventually, Stoke Park come away with it. Good offload into some space. Another offload off the floor. And now Stoke Park look to find green yardage in front of them. Great pace through the line. Now there's a race on. Stoke Park dragged down by Lutterworth. And at the breakdown, Lutterworth are the first to support. So now they'll come away with it. And Lutterworth here choose to nudge it free, but not the connection they wanted. So now Stoke Park will find the hole, and through they go. It's a wonderful covering tackle and forces the knock on as well. What a big moment in this game that might be. Well, the clearance kick just didn't work for Lutterworth, and then from the pickup, Stoke Park went roaring through the hole, but a wonderful covering tackle to save a certain try. Right on the stroke of half-time. So this scrum feed for Lutterworth inside their 22 will be the final play of this first half in the plate semi-final. Well, the Foss Falcons have scored another. 21-0 they lead against Edwardians, so surely they are home and dry into the plate final. Turned over by Stoke Park, though, at the scrum. And now they could dart to the corner. What a score against the head. Turnover at scrum time. The number 6 goes herring into the corner. A wonderful score. And a great time to double the earlier try score as well. They currently lead 10-5 right on the break. Still, they look to add the extras from under the post. That is a rule in this under 14s girls competition, if you didn't know. Well, this is a great score. It was a Lutterworth scrum, a great chance for them to exit, but good work from the three-player forward pack, of Stoke Park to turn it over, and then good awareness to finish. And now Stoke Park look to add the extras. They lead by 5. Taking their time with the kick. And it's good. So 12-5 the score will remain at half-time. Stoke Park School lead Lutterworth, perhaps against what many predicted coming into this game. So it's half-time, 12 points to 5. Stoke Park lead.
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a...
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula in chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Well, welcome back to this second half, where Stoke Park School currently lead Lutterworth by a score of 12-5. This would be a fantastic result for Stoke Park, who are still looking for their first win of the day. Finished bottom of their group, which led them to this semi-final where they were seeded against Lutterworth. But at the moment they lead impressively, 12-5. That's a huge contact in midfield. The Lutterworth come bursting through. The game will be paused because of perhaps a head-on-head. That was really aggressive running from Lutterworth. We'll have a bit of a break in play as the medical staff come on to assess the situation. I think just a rugbying incident there between the two players. Stoke Park still lead by 12-5. Well, we look ahead then to the games to come as the Falcons over on Pontines have made it through to the plate final with a 26-0 win over Edwardians. So that's coming up over on Pontines, over on OBS on your NextGen15 live stream, of course. It's the cup finals for both the men and women's competitions, boys and girls under 14s. First, after this game, is the under 14 girls, which will pitch the two most impressive sides in this competition. Mansfield up against Reading. Both sides undefeated so far. That's up next for you after this thrilling plate semi-final, where there is all to play for. Bishop's Vasey Grammar School, of course, came through against North Warwickshire Barbarians 26-21 after extra time. So that's a thrilling way for Bishop's Vasey to make it into the cup final. I think they're well valued to be there against a very impressive Queen Mary's side. But the game continues here between Lutterworth and Stoke Park. Lutterworth with the feed at the scrum following that break of play, and they go to the boot. And there's a race on to gather possession. And Lutterworth do come away with it from that kick. So great meters made by them, and now they're into the wide channels. A bit of pace injected into the attack. Lovely fend, and Lutterworth will score. Little show and go to put it down under the post. It doesn't matter where you place it down, of course, but great awareness nevertheless. Lovely last step to beat the on-rushing defender. So Lutterworth have scored as they look to tie up this plate semi-final. Chance here for both sides to catch their breath. These 2 points crucial as they look to level up the scores. And it's a great conversion. So Lutterworth are level against Stoke Park School. That's a great finish in the wide channels. Good sevens from Lutterworth. A great start to this second half for them as the sun just begins to shine here at Rugby, the home of this great sport, which Stoke Park are continuing to play with possession in hand as they break up to the halfway. That's a lovely offload. There could be a race to the line here, but Lutterworth are quick to shut that down with a huge contact. The ball still comes the way of Stoke Park. That's a loose pass into the backfield. And now Stoke Park come running away with it. They're through the first tackle, through the second. What a run this is. Stoke Park could have been running through there, but it's a penalty in the end against Stoke Park. There was a bit of confusion between the two sides. I think there was a contact by the ball carrier Stoke Park that the referee wasn't happy with, so Lutterworth will play away instead. Lutterworth to tap and go from just inside the 10-metre line. Draw and give, miss pass, just goes behind anyone, so now Stoke Park put on the pressure. Great tackle. Now a little look back and no, I'm still going, says the Lutterworth player. And there's a unhappy player for Lutterworth. The referee taking control of this period of the game. The Lutterworth player clearly unhappy with the attempted tackle, but there was nothing wrong from the referee's perspective. Referee just having a discussion to see how best to take this forward. Very interesting, really. For the Lutterworth players to halt the game in frustration. So the referee taking command of the situation just to clean things up. Just looking to assess the problems here. Good defending by Stoke Park's number 6. It was the second contact they were unhappy with. Well, following that stoppage in play, cooler heads prevail and Lutterworth will have the feed from this scrum as they were in possession, so still plenty to play for. 2 minutes to go and the scores are level. We could have yet another game going into extra time. Still time for that as Lutterworth cleanly win the scrum, and now they're in possession. They look to go wide. That pass is behind, so Stoke Park School look to pile on the pressure, but instead Lutterworth have made it into the outside channel. They go racing away here. What great pace. Lutterworth could be in here. One more covering defender to beat, and Lutterworth do just that. Great recovery following that loose ball in behind. Great pace, and Lutterworth take the lead with just over a minute to go here in this plate semi-final. A wonderful score. There's no substitute for pace. That's what people have been saying this Sevens season at Roslin Park, at Rugby, here at the Warwick under-14 Sevens. The story is the same. There's no substitute for pace in this format of the game. And that's a good lofted ball wide, just over the head of the supporting player. Stoke Park High pile on the pressure, but it doesn't come from every area, so they get in the outside channel. Good pace to break through the line. Good pace to beat the last covering defender. Lutterworth, good value for their 3 tries as they lead 19-12 with only 30 seconds to go here. This is a huge moment for Stoke Park School. We've put in a great performance as they take it to the line on the 15. Lovely offload, and Stoke Park could be away here. They could skip away in the final play here. Will they go all the way? Yes, they will. What a moment this could be. As they touch down, the clock is dead. The score 19-17. Conversion here will level things up and take us to extra time for the second time in this competition. What a huge moment for Stoke Park School. They score in the final play of the game, and this conversion will either level things up or it will see Lutterworth through to the plate final. And the conversion is good. So we're into extra time here, I believe, just as Bishop's Vasey were in their cup semi-final, which they did progress through against North Warwickshire. It's a great finish off the kickoff, draws in the defenders, frees up the arms, and then skips through the first tackle, and suddenly Stoke Park School are away. A wonderful finish, and the game will continue. Well, I believe perhaps the referee is actually playing on. So this may yet be the final play. We've had no break for stoppage time. So this will be the final play, just off the leg of a Lutterworth player. So they'll play with ball in hand here, brushing off the tackles in the wide channel. Lutterworth here in what must be now final play, brought down just inside the half. Great offload through the contact, lovely feet. But a great tackle once more from Stoke Park School, who rip it in contact, but they were playing with penalty advantage. Well, we're deep into overtime here in this plate semi-final. Between all the stoppages in play, the clock's run over, but Lutterworth now are in the final phase of play. As they tap and go. This is the last opportunity for them, almost intercepted. Lutterworth go to the boot now. Kicked through, there's players back to cover for Stoke Park as they look to clear it, but instead it's gathered by Lutterworth, who could be in the corner here. Oh, it's over. Lutterworth have won it right at the very last. The chip through was ungathered by Stoke Park School, and the last covering tackle just slipped off at the vital time. So Lutterworth are through to the plate final. What a thrilling encounter. There was a little bit of bad blood at times in that second half, but all will be forgotten for the sake of the wonderful game that was invented here at Rugby School. So Lutterworth are through to the plate final. A great performance from both of these sides. A wonderful advert for the women's game, for Sevens, for rugby at this level. A thrilling encounter. So Lutterworth through to the plate final to play the Foss Falcons. Well, up next, of course, live on NextGen 15 at Rugby School at the Warwickshire under-14 sevens competition. It's 2 cup finals back-to-back. Up first, it's the Girls' Cup final. Mansfield take on the indomitable Reading side. That'll be a very exciting encounter between two of the top sides in this competition. We'll be back very shortly for the 2 finals here for you live as the sun comes beaming down at Rugby School.
Foss, Falcons and Lutterworth on to pitch 2 on time.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
It's one hard, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Well, it's the under-14 Girls' Cup final here between Reading and Mansfield. Mansfield in the blue, Reading in the green and white. Mansfield have been very impressive in this competition, Angus, but Reading have been unbelievable so far. So this is a real task for this Mansfield side.
Yeah, it's a big ask for Mansfield, but they've been incredible as well themselves. You know, they've got an opportunity here to take it to the side that's been the standout so far today. But I'm really excited about this final. I mean, it's the right final. It's the 2 teams that have stood out the most. And it's going to be intriguing to see how it pans out.
Well, as the clock tower rings here in Rugby, Reading are those to come away with it from the scrum following a Mansfield knock-on in their first attacking set. And they look to use the ball in these wide areas right away. So very impressive number 11 dragged down. But through the contact come Reading. That ball once again goes to floor. Regathered by the number 11 who spots a hole. Look at the pace, the acceleration. A huge covering tackle though from Mansfield. Great counter ruck as well from the team in blue and white. And there's a hand in there, so penalty Mansfield. And they've survived Reading's first attacking set. I don't think I've seen Reading so far today be denied with the ball in hand.
It's been a very rare event indeed, hasn't it? But Mansfield doing a really good job of it there. Almost breached, but not quite. And that's the way they're going to have to play this final, is that at every step of the way, they're going to have to make those final moments count.
That was a really lovely offload from Mansfield into their number 2, who's been very impressive defensively. Got a chance to see her running with ball in hand there, but just a footing touch. So once again, possession changes hands. You see the Reading players on the sideline, very excited with the live stream, but from that line out, Reading do come away with it. That ball just been knocked backwards. Great tackle from Mansfield.
I think what we've learned today, Wilf, is that under-14s know when they're being live streamed. More so than any other age group that we've come across.
Absolutely, they're absolutely loving having Next Gen here, and we love being here at the very home of the sport, where it all began. And the game continues here with a scrum for Mansfield following a slight knock-on off the floor there. So a chance for them to string together some phases as they take it down the short side and inject some pace into attack. Oh, they're going galloping away. A great fend. Mansfield could be in the corner here. One defender to beat. And despite a lovely covering tackle, Mansfield are over. What a great start for them.
What a start, what a try. What a finish as well, the strength just to get across the line right at the end. She may have done so at some personal cost, but her team will be thanking her. And that is just the start that Mansfield needed. A stop at one end and then a try on the other inside of the opening 3 minutes. And what they've done here is they've asked the question of Reading, haven't they? They've gone, right, Here we go. You've not been in this position all tournament. How do you handle it? Can you come back from behind? Mansfield could not have wished for more in this opening few minutes.
And for the first time, at least on our live stream here at OBS, Reading trail by 5 points to 0. Or 7 if they've notched that conversion over. I believe they have. What a great start for Mansfield. Like you said, Angus, denying at one end and scoring at the other.
Yeah, and it was straight from the set piece. One pass, gets around the outside, the big old fend, and then it's a foot race for the line. And a foot race she just about wins. Got enough strength just to get over. Giving herself a good whack doing it. But I'll tell you what, if it claims the title for her team over the course of the next 10 minutes, she'll be quite happy with that.
Mansfield finds some grass from the kickoff, but it's well gathered by Reading. Stripped in the contact amazingly well. Away come Mansfield. That ball is loose. Always backwards, eventually swept up by Reading. So it's another turnover as they go hunting for space in the wide channels. Regathered by the green and white, but there's another knock-on. So it will be a scrum for Mansfield.
Mansfield number 8, you may be able to make her out on your screens wearing the orange scrum cap, is looking like an absolutely tremendous player out there. We saw her with the steal. I've then seen her get up off her feet quickly, make a tackle, get another tackle in. She is a real player to watch over the course of this final.
That kind of hard work which wins you sevens finals as Mansfield cut down the short side. Reading wrap up that player, but she frees the hands amazingly well. And now Mansfield could be on in the wide channels. It was spilled, but regathered really well. Little show and go through the contact, but another spill. And Mansfield could have been away there twice. And you can't really afford to waste opportunities against this Reading side.
No, but I'll tell you what, Mansfield are looking like the team that are in the ascendancy at the moment through this game. Not just because of the try, but ever since then, possession has been largely theirs, territory's been theirs, and there's just that sense that they really have a real air of belief around themselves.
Well, it pops out the way of Reading at the scrum, and they take contact off first phase. Lovely offload, lovely cut inside once more. Brought down inside their own half as they look to break this Reading side. That ball goes to ground, but only backwards. Once again, the pass doesn't go to hand, and it's been stripped. Mansfield come away with it. There's covering tackles there, and what an intervention. A huge covering tackle. And it's not going right for Reading, but they're still defending fiercely.
Yeah, defensively outstanding from both teams. Mansfield with the rip, and then the chase back. That cover tackle from behind from Reading to prevent the try. Proper finals rugby, this.
Well, this time Mansfield have turned it over at the set piece, and they lead by 1 try. Little pass inside, great recycling of possession. They look to lead by 2. It's in the wide channels. There's a race to the line here. Another huge tackle forces a spill. The ball comes the way of Mansfield as once again they cut to the short side. Back across the grain comes the number 8. Big fend to see off the first defender. Keep coming to the short side, Mansfield. Oh, they brush off the tackle. There's a try. A great score. Some real graft by Mansfield. First to turn it over at the set piece and then to drive forward constantly over the gain line. And they've scored a second.
Oh, I was about to jump in there and say, back yourself, because I thought for half a second that the Mansfield number 14 was going to check back inside. She half thought about it, and then she realised, no, I've got the space, I'm going to go on the outside. And for her size point of view, thank goodness she did. And suddenly, our pre-game narrative around this final goes out the window. Mansfield have done everything right in this first half.
A wonderful first half for the blue and white of Mansfield, who lead the green and white of Reading, who we really did tip to take this final following their impressive performances so far. They've got a bit of a mountain to climb against this impressive Mansfield defence. They trail by 2 unanswered tries. So in this first half of the Cup final at the Under-14s Warwickshire Festival and the girls' iteration of the competition, Mansfield lead by 2 tries to 0. We'll be back very shortly for the second half here live with NextGen. Well, we're back here for this thrilling second half. We were just discussing in the break the very impressive statistics surrounding this Mansfield side, Angus.
Yeah, 165 points scored across their 4 games so far, their 3 group games and their semi-final, and not a single point conceded. So, quite astonishing side.
Reading are really going to have to buck that trend then if they want to win this game. They currently trail by 12 points. But it's Reading possession. Lovely offload in the contact as they work their way up to the 10-metre. That was a great attacking set, but a huge tackle from Mansfield has turned it over. Stripped at the breakdown by Reading, but will come back for a knock-on there, and what a huge hit that was by Mansfield.
Yeah, Mansfield, well, as we said through the first half, impressive on both sides of the ball. And just continuing to impress. I was going to say, looked for a moment there like their number 8 in the orange scrum cap that we referred to earlier thought she was going off as a replacement. I am entirely unsurprised that that was not what was happening, and she is indeed still on the field. She's been absolutely fantastic.
Mansfield scrum turned over by Reading, though. What a big moment this is. Good line speed for Mansfield, but Reading break the tackles through their impressive 13. Free the hands and offload once more, the number 13. Into the wide channels, only backwards. And look at Reading, how quickly Reading can break. They're through in behind this Mansfield defence, up to the halfway, but just spilled at the crucial moment. One offload too many, and Mansfield survive. Half-time in the plate final. Lutterworth trail 14-5 to the Foss Falcons in a thrilling encounter. And here, Mansfield lead 12 points to 0 against Reading as they feed their own scrum. Lovely offload through the contact. Beautiful stuff. And Mansfield could be in behind here. There's a race to the line that Mansfield will win. A beautiful score. Wonderful sevens rugby.
What a pass. What a pass. And that's the difference between the very best of the sides we've seen here and the ones that push them close. The very best of them managed to get the delay on those passes to wait until the gap is an absolute sure thing. And that's what we saw there. She just held onto it, held onto it, held onto it, allowed the defence to rush up, then passes it behind the back of the defender into the open space for the number 14 just to go charging home. That is quite exceptional rugby, and we see it again here. Just look at this. Quick ball away from the scrum. She just takes it up to the line, behind the back of the defender who's gone up, and it's a simple, albeit long, run-in for the number 14, all because of that pass.
Great footwork as well to draw in the 2 defenders. Mansfield yet to concede a point. If Mansfield win this entire tournament without conceding a point, that's just ridiculous, realistically. They've been so strong defensively.
Oh, they've just been outstanding. Again, the number 8, she's been key to that defensive effort. She's just getting through such a body of work in defence.
Oh, what an offload. It is the number 8 as well, putting the number 2 in behind here. Another offload through the contact for Mansfield. Big fend. They could be in the corner here. Just held up short. Mansfield still in possession. Great defensive work has forged this opportunity, but it was a knock-on there. Or hands in the ruck even, so a penalty goes the way of Reading, and they've escaped this time. But their defensive work, Mansfield, has created these opportunities for them.
Absolutely, and it's some of the tackles they're putting in. They're tackling like absolute trains. And it's just causing havoc for Reading from an attacking point of view. They just can't get front foot ball because Mansfield are coming in with these enormous tackles that are just thumping them back behind the gain line. And they're rucking like almost no one else is. Be that whether they're in the jackal attempt or whether they're just driving on past the ball. They're doing things that very few of the under-14 sides out here today, boys or girls, have been able to do. And oh, it's so impressive.
Well, this is a chance for Reading to show us what they're made of in the attacking sense, but it's just been spilled in the wide channel under loads of pressure from Mansfield, who pile in the tackles. But what a pickup that is. And Mansfield have another.
That is an absolutely outstanding pickup.
To take it at such pace, he gave Reading no chance to reorganise, and this very impressive Reading side are faltering to a dominant Mansfield, who have made this tournament their own.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I've picked her out a couple of times, but that pickup from the Mansfield number 8 is outstanding. She's arriving at pace there to gather that, and she's taking it in two hands superbly well. But once again, that all comes from defensive work. The line speed to put the pressure on Reading. Yeah, look at that. They've got everyone up in the front line. It's forced the pass to be a little more firm than they want it to be. Seized upon by the 14, and just look at that pickup. Arrives at pace.
Well, Mansfield may have taken this game beyond Reading. Thor tries to nil. They currently lead with just over a minute remaining. And they are very good value for this cup victory. They are very likely to win it from here, but can they go the whole tournament without conceding? Reading will not fancy that at all, as they break well in the attacking line. Through the contact, huge carry. And number 12 cuts back against the grain. They could be in behind Mansfield here, but they're still tackling strong, the side in blue and white. That's a lovely pass into the wide channels. But a great tackle by the number 8 once more. Huge contact in the wide channels. Reading is still going here. Lovely offload once more. Could Reading be in the corner, but Mansfield deny them. Play on, says the referee, from that forward pass. Another great offload. A huge driven tackle. But still here come Reading. They won't leave this final empty-handed. Offload off the floor. Reading just assess their options as they take contact. Great work to free up the hands once more. Lovely step inside. The ball is loose, picked up by the 11, as there's just a little bit of unnecessary.
The tackling from Mansfield is extraordinary in this game. I cannot believe the size of some of these tackles. These are under 14s we're talking about, and they are absolutely blasting through every single tackle. It's incredible. I mean, fair play Reading for managing to make that much ground in the face of defence like that. I mean, that just shows you what a quality outfit this Reading side is. But Mansfield, my goodness, how are they managing to do this?
Well, as we tick into the red zone, they just stopped by our match officials. They look to control the very end of this game. This game is very much beyond Reading, but Mansfield look to maintain this unbelievable record of not conceding a single point.
Yeah, and I mean, I almost feel for Reading a bit. They've been so good throughout this competition. They've come up against a side that's in just inspired form in this final. And I have to say, if Mansfield managed to complete this job and not concede, I mean, the crowning glory of that will be not conceding against this Reading team, because they've been that good all day. Thoroughly, thoroughly impressive. Good to see the girls all having a chat on field there. Having a little wave at the live stream.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. I was chatting earlier to the organisers of this event. We were just discussing how important it is that these events take place, and that these kids are allowed to enjoy the sport they love, but under such circumstances as well. With us on the live stream, these wonderful pitches, these wonderful grounds. And we will restart with a penalty in the favour of Mansfield, I believe, as we're deep into overtime at the end of this cup final. Just assessing their options, Mansfield, as they take the lead. They will tap from deep inside their own 22. It's lovely hands to free up the ball. A lovely tackle out the line, though, by Reading, and it could come loose for them here but there's just been knocked on the floor. And that'll be end of it. Well, Mansfield have put the sword to every side they've come up against, as have this Reading team. When they met in the final, it could have gone either way. But Mansfield, who have scored well over 180 points in this tournament and conceded none, will take the under-14 Warwickshire Sevens Cup final victory. What a great moment for this side.
Oh, what a moment. What a performance. What a way to play in the final. There's almost no end of superlatives to give this side. That was just extraordinary. Extraordinary rugby, an extraordinary feat throughout the day. And they deserve to be hugely, hugely proud of themselves. As, by the way, to Reading, who've been absolutely fantastic throughout the game as well. Throughout the day even as well. But Mansfield, yeah, not conceding all day, scoring points for fun, and having an absolutely outstanding performance in the final. It doesn't get much better than that.
And the Foss Falcons as well over on Pontines have won the plate. So it's a wonderful end to this competition. The girls under 14 cup final ends with both sides applauding each other, but Mansfield ultimately taking the victory. Well, that's not the end of it though here at the Warwickshire under 14 sevens competition. It's the cup final this time for the boys side as Bishop Vasey take on the very impressive Queen Mary side, who you watched in the semi-final, Angus. They were very dominant in that game.
Oh, they were incredible in their semi-final. Absolutely incredible in their semi-final. And two more contrasting semi-finals we couldn't have had. Queen Mary's were astonishing against Higham Lane. Meanwhile, Bishop Vasey's needed extra time to get past North Warwickshire. So they've arrived here by very different means. But something tells me we could be in for a bit of a special 14 minutes or so here.
Well, that's all to look forward to live with Next Gen here at Rugby School for the Warwickshire under 14 sevens competition. The final is coming up very shortly here.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become a
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.
Well done.
Well, after a wonderful day of sevens rugby in the boys competition, it's all come down to this. It's a rip-roaring cup final between Bishop Vasey and Queen Mary. Now, both these schools have already faced each other in the regular season. One win apiece in those two encounters. So this should be a wonderful cup final as that kick-off from Queen Mary's just goes behind the Bishop Vasey players. But now Bishop Vasey come away with it. Bishop Vasey came through in extra time in their semi-final. Queen Mary has really put the sword to Higham Lake. And it's a penalty for Bishop Vasey at the early stages of this cup final. Great work from the black and white stripe to work their way up to the halfway, and they've won the penalty as well. And they'll tap and play. Into the wide channels they'll go. Good work to draw in the defenders, and then they cut back against the grain here. It's good line speed from Queen Mary, but lovely footwork to dart away from the defenders, and they could be on in the wide channel here. Lovely covering tackle, great offload. Bishop's Vasey keep the ball alive. Drawing in two defenders and still freeing up the hands. The ball doesn't go to hand though. Good work to keep the play alive. Always backwards, says the referee. Now fizzed across the face once again. And now there could be a race to the line here. Little turn inside. And, well, it's been called back for a penalty for a high tackle, despite the fact that Bishop Vasey were away.
I think Queen Mary's will be none too disappointed with that penalty being called. No one wants to be giving away penalties, but there are certain scenarios where you're rather glad the game has been stopped.
Little tactical yellow in the game of football, but Bishop Vasey will tap and go, and there were numbers up on the left-hand side, not used at first play. Little cut inside once more to the edge. There's loads of numbers up for Bishop's Vasey, but they haven't used them. And now they look to be turning the ball over, but the penalty goes against Queen Mary's. There are so many numbers up on this left-hand side. Bishop Vasey must use them. It was just knocked on from the kickoff, but only out of the hand, so play continued, and Bishop's Vasey have scored the first try.
It's a clever play, actually, in the end, from the penalty from Bishop Vasey's. As you said in commentary there, Wilf, the space was out wide. There were loads of numbers, but actually the player taking the penalty recognised that the Queen Mary's defence had spotted that and we're off to try and cover it. So he just went, well, do you know what? If I put in the big step off the left foot, as we'll see here on the replay, they're all going to be going the other way, and I'm going to be able to just wriggle over and get a simple try. You look at that, immediately they're panicking, moving left, and he just steps off that big left foot.
No knock on, because the kick out of hand is what went to ground, and then it was regathered excellently well. So Bishop's Vasey have the first try of the game.
Oh, the sunshine's coming out. Unbelievable.
That's a great kickoff into the wide channels. Finds the touchline, so line out for Queen Mary's. Usually in the game of sevens, that's a great option, but with these uncontested line outs, Queen Mary's have a clean attacking set here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big difference maker, actually, in the under-14s game, is that guaranteed ball from the line out.
And on the wraparound come Queen Mary's, injecting a bit of pace to the line. That's a lovely ball, but Bishop's Vasey quick to wrap up Queen Mary's fast runners. They've got great pace in the wide channels. Interception, though, from the offload. So Queen Vasey now, Bishop's Vasey, sorry, come away with it here in the wide channels. Lovely offload to keep the ball in play. But a great tackle. The ball just goes backwards, however. Here come Bishop Vasey, still up to the 5 metre. And it's on this right-hand side if they can find the numbers. That ball is spilt. Picked up by Queen Mary's this time. Lovely footwork. Queen Mary's just brushing off defenders. Past the first tackler. Steps back inside. There's broken field for Queen Mary's to play in. That offload just loose. Who will regather it? Eventually it will come the way of Bishop Vasey.
That's unlucky, that, for Queen Mary's. Really good footwork and pace to just find a little bit of space. Tackle comes in, he's just looking to give that gut pass to someone, and almost too many options, which I think means the ball just ends up squirting loose. But the right idea from Queen Mary's there. And that's where Bishop Vasey's have got to be careful now that they've built this lead. Is Queen Mary's real threat, so when they can move the ball to those wide channels, they are so quick.
Well, the scrum comes the way of Bishop Vasey as they cut down the short side. Excellent work at the breakdown to free up the ball, and Queen Mary's were hunting for the turnover at the breakdown, so they're very narrow in defence once more. Back down the short side come Bishop's Vasey. High tackle, so Bishop Vasey, who didn't use that big overlap on the left-hand side, Angus, have gotten away with one.
Yeah, they've just got to keep their heads up here and look at what's going on around them. You know, as you said, Queen Mary's was so tight in defence, and just simple pass would have had them away on that left-hand side.
That's wonderful footwork, however. Who needs to go wide if you can step and fend like that? Well, that's a wonderful solo score. Bishop's Vasey double their advantage, but they're not making it easy for themselves, are they, Angus?
They're certainly enjoying scoring tries the hard way, but I'll tell you what, that was an absolute classic, wasn't it? Footwork this way and that. I'm really tempted to throw in another really niche old player reference, but I'm going to hold my fire for now. But those of you of a certain vintage might remember an old French fly half that was remembered for a bit of nifty footwork like that. Fantastic try from Bishop Vasey's, and that man in particular. And again, it's just from a quick tap penalty. You know, the first try of the game was from that. They go quick here, set up the ruck, and then, as we've seen time and time again, that ball played away from the ruck situation just doesn't allow the defence to set. And then look at the footwork, the hip movement, and just enough pace to get away as well.
Well, Bishop's Vasey added the extras, so now Queen Mary's will have to play away from inside their own half. Lovely jinxing footwork, and they're away in the wide channels here. And there's a race to the line right from kickoff. Covering defence coming in from Bishop's Vasey as they go hunting forward at the breakdown. And it's been turned over. And suddenly, Queen Mary's once again are in defence.
I think that might be the first time all tournament that Queen Mary's, in one of those wide situations where they've made the line break, have actually been chased down. Their pace out wide is phenomenal. That's brilliant work from Bishop Vasey's to be able to close that down.
Well, in the plate final, it's South Warwickshire, who in the sixth place playoff, who currently lead 31 points to 0 over Stoke Park. But here in the cup final, Bishop's Vasey could be in for another as they go racing away to the corner, and they're just caught at the very last, and the ball is spilt and picked up once more.
I think the ref's going to give this as a knock-on, but they're going to get the penalty anyway, or is he going to give a penalty try and a yellow card?
It's a penalty try as Queen Mary's were racing away, and it was a high tackle with two hands on the shoulders. So Queen Mary are down to 6 right on the stroke at half-time. So a wonderful first half for Bishop's Vasey, who have looked very impressive.
Yeah, incredibly strong half from Bishop Vasey's. I mean, on both sides of the ball as well. That's really the part that's been most impressive. Yes, they've dominated possession, they've dominated territory, and they've scored 3 tries as a result of that. But actually, on the rare occasions where Queen Mary's, and we know this is a strength of theirs, have got the ball wide and have made that incisive break down those wide channels, Bishop Vasey's have found a way to close that space, to chase them down, to hunt them down, and to get the ball back. And that really has actually been the most impressive part of this. Yes, the try scoring is impressive, but being able to stop this Queen Mary's side from getting on the score sheet in some of those situations is just as impressive.
Well, Queen Mary's will start the second half with just 6 players as Bishop Vasey look to see off this cup final. They currently lead 19 unanswered points in the final game here at the Warwickshire Under-14 Sevens competition. Live with Next Gen 15 at Rugby School. We'll be back very shortly for the second half. big second half then for Queen Mary's, who will start with 6, and they trail by 19, but there's still plenty of time for them to get themselves back into this game. That's a lovely offload into the wide channels. This could be a great start for Queen Mary's, and they go stealing away through 2 tackles already. Head down, pin the ears back. Queen Mary's will not be caught. A perfect start for the 6 players.
Well, we said that's the threat, didn't we? When Queen Mary's get that ball into the wide channels, they have been impossible to stop all day. It's been a hell of a shift from Bishop Vasey's to stop them up to this point. But eventually, with a team with that much pace and that much quality out wide, they're going to come good. And my goodness me, didn't they come good? Working it from that left-hand side to the right-hand side. And just look at this. He just pins his ears back, swerves those hips to the outside, and, well, no one's catching him.
Well, Queen Mary's will get us underway. They still play with 6. But that's a very chaseable kickoff that unfortunately has just found its way into touch. Well, the game is still very much on here, but Bishop's Vasey could look to kill the final if they can sprint away here. The race is certainly on. Big fend. And right from the line out, they went down the short side, and they will score.
Well, how about that for a response to conceding? Bishop Vasey's. Do you think they fancy a win of this final? I certainly think they do. That fend was otherworldly.
A very impressive period of play for Bishop Vasey, the side from Lichfield. Now running away with this final. Queen Mary's...
Look at this, though. Look at this fend when it comes in. Fantastic. Almost forces him to accelerate away from it as well. It's just brilliant work, brilliant finishing. And it could be the sort of finish that seals this final for the Lichfield School.
Queen Mary's returned to a full complement. So they still have plenty to give in these last 4 minutes. They'll need 4 tries to turn this game around, as that kickoff might dribble all the way out of play, and it does. So a free kick for Queen Mary. Queen Mary's with a couple of Midlands Academy players in their side, was shown with their coaches earlier. But they've also got some very impressive players who don't play any rugby outside of the school. So a real mix of talent.
Yeah, they've impressed all day. They've been really, really good.
As they look to kick it through, there's another nudge through. Queen Mary's could be after this. Well, that's a penalty try, surely. And it is a yellow card, this time for Queen Vasey. Simply not legal in any facet of the game. So a penalty try and 7 more points. That's 2 penalty tries in this final. That's quite ridiculous, considering we've not seen a single one all day.
I think that's the sort where you go, that's under 14 level, and not everyone is always as abreast of the laws of the game as others. I think if he knows that this is going to be a penalty try here, there is absolutely no way that he does this. Anyone who's been playing the game for a few more years would know it. But hey, he's an under 14. He's not necessarily to be in the know. It's a complex law book. But what it has done is given Queen Mary's the opportunity to come roaring back into this one.
So 14 points on the board then for Queen Mary's, but the 6 players of Bishop's Vasey come charging away, and we saw Queen Mary score with 6 at the beginning of this half. There's a slip there as they look to step inside. The ball looked to have been turned over. Eventually the first knock-on came from Queen Mary, so scrum for Bishop Vasey. But a bit of a turning point in the game perhaps. They now only trail by 10. There's still 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Bishop Vasey's do here. I always get this wrong. I always suggest that teams try and manage the clock in these situations, and every single time, every single school team out there does the opposite to what I suggest and does it much better than whatever my suggestion was going to be. So I might be thinking quite cynically out there about how I can wind this clock down for the next 90 seconds. I suspect these boys are going to play.
Well, it's been knocked on at the base, so a great opportunity this for Queen Mary's. They don't have very long left, but 2 scores would seal this final for them. And they'll have a scrum on halfway with an extra player in the backfield. This is a huge turning point in the game, Angus.
Massive, absolutely massive. And it's an opportunity to go wide that Queen Mary's just absolutely love.
Well, they cut back across the face instead. They go down the short side, they will score. And as the numbers scramble to cover the wide channels, clever play to cut back on the inside to where the 3 players from the set piece had left a gap.
But that's that very pace we've talked about all game long in this Queen Mary's side. They have pace to burn, and as he cut back on the inside, there was just no stopping him whatsoever. We see it here, it's just one pass out from the pivot, steps off the right, and he just goes absolutely scorching away. Brilliant, brilliant finish.
Huge moment then as Queen Mary's kick off. They still trail by 5 points to Bishop's Vasey, and Bishop's Vasey go hurling into the wide channels. What a moment this would be. This could decide the game here with just a minute to go, and a huge tackle, a monstrous tackle to turn it over. What a moment that is for Queen Mary's with so little time remaining.
Oh, that could be the game there, couldn't it? Could be it there. A wonderful covering tackle. If Bishop Vasey's have scored, that was that. Final, done and dusted. Queen Mary's have bought themselves a final chance.
Both sides return to a full complement. It's now or never for Queen Mary's, who once again come back down the short side, and they kick away possession, and that is the game. What a huge moment. Bishop's Vasey have won the under-14 sevens competition here at the very home of the sport. A huge win for them against a very talented Queen Mary's side, who once again we perhaps tipped to take this final, having done so well in the semi-final. But a huge win for Bishop's Vasey of Lichfield. Well-deserved winners in the end. But how tight was this final?
Oh, unbelievably so. And who would have thought, at 19-0 to Bishop Vasey's, if someone had told you that they'd be winning by a mere 5 points, I don't think they'd have believed you. They were magnificent early on, but what a second half from Queen Mary's. They gave it absolutely everything, turning it into a game that went down to the final play, but Bishop Vasey's deserved their victory. That early first half performance was so fantastic. They did so well to be able to build that score. And then, whoa, what a tense way for that game to finish. But Bishop Vasey's 2023 under-14 Warwickshire Sevens champions here at Rugby School as part of the bicentenary celebrations. It doesn't get a lot better than that, does it?
What a great advert for the game that is for everyone, regardless of which school you attend or which club you play for or which part of the country you're from. And that's what this tournament is all about. It's wonderful to see such a high standard of under-14 rugby. These players are so young, and yet they've given so much to their sides today. And it's wonderful of Rugby School to facilitate such an event. You see the disappointment on the face of the Queen Mary's players because they've worked so hard to get to this final. But in the end, it's a very impressive Bishop Vasey who have won this cup final.
Yeah, they've been absolutely fantastic all day. To be fair, you know, every team that's appeared today has contributed massively. The sense of fun and enjoyment here has been awesome. I've been absolutely loving how much all these teams have been enjoying the live stream, showing off for the cameras. We've got a little bit of it going on at the moment, actually. It's been great fun.
Well, it'll be great to see the presentations of the trophies as all the teams come back onto the field as well. We'll be heading down for a little bit of a show wrap as well, following a long day of rugby. Very shortly, live here on Next Gen at Rugby School for the Under-14 Warwickshire Sevens competition. The presentation of all the trophies is coming up next.
All of your excellent rugby over the course of today.
So, you join me as we set ourselves up pitch side for the presentations here at the Warwickshire Under-14 Sevens Festival at Rugby School. An absolutely epic day. I'm joined by Wilf Kemsley, who's been our superb commentator throughout the day, and Debbie Skeen, the Director of Sport at Rugby School, is going to join us in a moment once she gets rid of her radio. But Wilf, what a tremendous day here, just celebrating everything that's so great about the game.
It's a great advert for sport, you know, far beyond just rugby and far beyond this wonderful institution who have been, you know, so kind to host this event. But I was chatting earlier to the organisers of the event. They were just talking about how important it is to keep the game alive everywhere, at every level. At every place in the country, regardless if it's a private or a state educational institution, regardless if it's club or school or whatever age level. You know, keeping rugby alive is so important, not just to us, obviously, who love to film it and love to watch it, but to those who love to play it, because as you've seen today by the sportsmanship that's been on show throughout the majority of the tournament, and the way that the coaches and the parents have interacted on the sideline. Rugby is so much more than just the great sport that was, of course, solidified here at Rugby School. It's a community, and that is so visible in the sides that we've seen in action today, as well as some really great rugby, which is always exciting to see.
Certainly is, and I promise you, Debbie Skeen, the Director of Sport here, as Wilf was saying, it's been an absolutely amazing day of sort of real spirit between all the teams. We see the presentations getting handed out, and I know that over the course of the next few weeks, we saw last weekend what we had this weekend, got under-9s, under-11s coming up. It is about not just let's get everyone out here and have a game, but actually about that real spirit that gets fostered within it.
Yeah, so Peter Green, the executive head, last week made a really good speech to all the players for the International Sevens, and he talked about how rugby can help you break bread. All around the world, you'll make friends no matter where you are through the game of rugby. And I think that's evident today, that people have been able to make new friends, come together, feel like they all belong, boys and girls together with one game. And then we're hoping that that will transpire further on through the year when we have the under-9s, the under-11s, and then the Vets tournament. That not only have you had a really good day of rugby, that you've made some new friends, you've met people, and you've come to Rugby School and been at the birthplace of the game, and which is where everybody wants to kind of come and you know, enjoy the game. But yeah, it's brilliant, and you can really see it in everyone's faces today that they've had a really good day.
Yeah, you certainly can. Everyone's had a wonderful day, and I'm fortunate. I'm looking up at the big screen because I'm seeing who's up on screen now, and it's Mansfield. And Wilf, you and I had the pleasure of watching that Mansfield versus Reading final. Mansfield won that. That's why they're up there now, collecting their trophies. They were astonishing. Didn't concede a point, scored 180 odd, and yet somehow were involved in this great excitement. They were absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's one of the most complete performances from a rugby side at any competition that I've been to. And I've been watching rugby for a long time, been playing it for a long time, and I don't think I've ever seen a side defend so well for an entire competition, regardless of the fact that scoring in the game of sevens isn't that difficult. Like, the opposition will make mistakes. There'll be holes along the pitch somewhere. Penalties will be given away. But to not concede a point in an entire sevens tournament, 5 games of sevens, which led up to this final, 3 group games, a semi and a final, that's a lot of rugby. That's an awful lot of rugby to not concede a single point. 70 minutes of sevens rugby that you don't concede for. You deserve to win anything that comes your way if you're going to put a performance in like that.
You certainly do. I was tired just watching all of these guys go out there doing all this work all afternoon, as Bishop Vasey's have just received theirs. And I'll tell you what, Debbie, I'm going to ask you about this, because you work with school kids all the time. We've seen the kids playing up to the cameras a lot today, but I suppose that's really part of what this is all about, is making people have a great time, showing what this game can do to just let people have fun.
Oh yeah, they bring so much energy and enthusiasm, and if you can just go along with your own energy and enthusiasm, they're in it for the ride. And then you've just got to show them a great game, show them a great experience, and the atmosphere, and it's just the experience that you get of working with young children is brilliant. It really is quite addictive, because they just give you so much energy, especially in a game that you love yourself. So if you love rugby, you don't have to be really experienced in being a coach or anything. They don't want you to be the next Clive Woodward. They just want you to have as much energy and enthusiasm as they've got, and then you can put yourself a really great team, and then they just want to feel like they belong and that they're all in it together. And that's what's really nice, is that it doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, you can come together and you feel like you belong in a team. And I think that's what's the beauty of sport, any sport, but in particular rugby as well, where everybody can bring something to the table and feel like I say, that they belong.
Absolutely, and I'll tell you what, not just for those on the field, Wilf, I know you would echo this sentiment, and Debbie, I suppose it's a massive thank you from us, because we felt part of that. We have felt really like we're a part of something very, very special. And as the presentations are now wrapping up, so we will start wrapping up ourselves soon. But I suppose the next thing to talk about, we're back again. Back again on Friday, Saturday and Monday of this week, I believe. And then a bit of breaking news for you. We will be back here on the 19th of April for the Under-14 School Sports Magazine Cup Final, Rugby School against Glantaf from Wales. That's going to be some occasion, isn't it?
That is going to be an epic game, and we're so honoured that Glantaf are happy to travel here and come and play us here. We really want to make it a memorable experience for them. We know that they're going to give us a fantastic game on the close. Our boys are desperate, obviously, for a win, but nothing is guaranteed in that game, and I honestly think it's going to be a fantastic show of rugby. And well done to both sides for making that national final, because they've had a really long run, both teams, and have had to play some exceptional teams to get to that final. So I know it's going to be brilliant.
They certainly have had to. And well, Wilf, we've sampled a bit of under-14s rugby today. Really rather whets the appetite for that, doesn't it?
Well, it's interesting. I watched a lot of rugby in the last 2 weeks. So the under-16s, under-18s at Roslyn Park, and then, of course, the international competition. And when I was at dinner in the wonderful marquee we had on the Saturday, I was chatting to a couple of the housemasters, and they were saying, oh, actually, the side to watch out for is our under-14 side. Actually, they're the side coming through that are going to make all the noise. So I think that's a great little, chance for us to take in that talented side who will inevitably stay together all the way until the under-18 level. And that's what one of the best things about school rugby is that schools can emerge with a couple of good years of players and suddenly become a force. And rugby have always been a very talented school, but it's always exciting when there's chatter within the school about a certain promising group of players. Not to pile on the pressure, they're very young and they've got a lot of rugby left to play. But yeah, it's great. A really good chance to experience some top-level rugby at under-14 level, as we've seen today. It's a fantastic standard, and the fact that it's being played at this level all up and down the country is great to see. Glantough as well are a great institution at producing rugby players. So yeah, very excited for that.
Well, they don't call him Wilf, the hype man Kemsley, for nothing, do they? It's all over here at Rugby School. We've had a wonderful day. From Debbie, from Wilf and myself, it's goodbye. But we will see you on Friday and on Saturday and on Monday, because we've got fixtures coming out of our ears here at Rugby School. It's 200 years of rugby. It's all to celebrate, and you can join us here on Next Gen 15 for all of it. We can't wait. See you Friday.
It's 200 more.
Incorporating modern, reliable technology in independent schools has become an
It's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the balls in the place. I'm talking one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It's a natural platform for formalised curiosity.
What if I made a claim that I'm slightly magical?
Physics, chemistry, maths. A-level revision. How to master the tough exam questions.